Welcome, folks that are here um, for Photo Talk, episode number 15. Believe it or not, we're at number 15. 15 and going. We only got one direction to go, and that's up, hopefully. Unless you guys just give me a thumbs down. Give me the thumbs down, and we're going down. That's it.
Okay, done that.
So we're at 7 people, and so we're not going to get into any serious conversation yet because we don't have enough people on board. But we'll say hi to Hank and Joe. I know you're probably eating filet mignon right now, while the rest of us are going to start talking about camera stuff, and so we're all jealous of you. And Tehachapi, California. I probably didn't say that right. Real Nikon lover, Jim, and Terry Gardner is with us. And I did not look for the solar eclipse, but the man in your bottom right-hand corner, your screen certainly did. Yeah, I'll point the wrong way. That guy right there. And I'm going to start a rumor that Gustavo's my father because I'm adopted, and I'm going to say we look close enough that he's probably my dad. He gave me up to somebody else, so I'm going to blame him.
No.
And we got Hank DiNardo's here and Cooley, and you're in Indiana. Rakesh, howdy. And Tehachapi. Okay, that's it. Tehachapi.
That's painful.
I always get when you sit there and you sound something out and you come up with 3 different ways of saying it, right? You don't know which one's right.
Exactly.
That's what drives me crazy. I says, it looks like you say it this way. I'm wrong 99% of the time. So we got 12 people, and hopefully I did not get a chance to contact Chuck or Maribel this week, so I don't know. Last week he was on. He was pretty active in the chat, said hi to everybody. I know he's feeling pretty good. I relayed that information last week, and hopefully he is able to join us tonight. Oh, Ava popped in. Hello, Ava. Nice to see you. Ava, you gotta bring in you got to get the women's camera club to come and visit the channel. I feel like, everybody probably thinks I'm some sexist guy, which I'm not, because we don't have any women that come in on the show at all, and it could not be farther from the truth. But unfortunately, we don't get. I look at the demographics for sometimes on the YouTube channel, on my regular channel, and I just shake my head because the majority of the people that watch me are 55 and older. So I don't get, and very few women. So I get very few women. I don't get any young people. It's all people my age or older than me. And it's like, oh man, come on, let's get some young folks in here. And some more women in here. I mean, I meet a lot of very good women photographers when I'm shooting and out in a small group. And I'm in a camera club. I haven't been that active in it because I've been kind of busy with so many things going on. But there's quite a few women in the camera club, and they're all excellent photographers.
And they talk, women photographers, and I know that for the nature photographers, they talk a lot less trash than the men.
Yeah.
So it's good to have a good female representation.
They get down the business and just get it done.
Exactly.
Right.
No bragging. That's a testosterone-induced characteristic.
Oh, we got Ted in here. Art Bear. Hello, Art Bear. How you doing, Ted? Bring the girl. Tank says, "Bring the girls, and I'll bring my ZF." Well, I will. We're up to 18 people. I will share a little something about the ZF. Okay, I put it on order, and you guys, we're all aware of some issues that a lot of people had when they went to buy, let's say, the Z8 or the Z9, okay. And if you're say they went to charge, you went through Nikon USA and they went to charge your credit card and your credit card company didn't authorize it, they said, oh, you're spending more money and then we'll let you spend without getting permission first, or you have something like that happen, and then Nikon would cancel the order, and then you'd have to reorder and go on the bottom of the list. Well, I had an order in for the ZF, and what happened to me was I had someone committed credit card fraud, and I had a charge on my charge card.
Wow.
That came out of nowhere. Wasn't a lot of money, but it was not authorized. I didn't know who it was. So the charge card company says to me, we need to cancel your card and send you another one. So I go, okay. So of course, at the same time we cancel my charge card, Nikon tries to charge the charge card for my ZF.
Wow.
So I get the charge card, the new card, Friday morning. And I get an email from Nikon saying that your order has been canceled. And I'm like, I'm just saying, I'm not gonna say I was crying. I wasn't crying. It's just camera gear. I wasn't crying, but I wasn't happy.
Wow.
So I'm in my car. I'm in the parking lot. I grabbed a breakfast sandwich at McDonald's and I ate it in the parking lot. And I'm like on the phone calling Nikon up, and I get through and I'm talking with them. And I told them how, I had to cancel my card. I got the new card this morning. Can I just give you the new number and process it through and let it go through? And so she says, well, hang on a minute. I'll talk to my supervisor, blah, blah, blah. They get back to me. She says, well, they canceled your transaction. And I says, yeah, okay, but I shouldn't be penalized. I shouldn't have to go at the end of the line. If you tell me I got to reorder and go at the end of the line, I'm not going to be a happy camper. And I've been a loyal customer for decades. That's not how you treat a loyal customer. And she says, no, she says, if you will try to process it now, and if it goes through, we will put you back in the spot you were in. Okay, so that's something new. They didn't do that before. So they said, we'll go through. So I give her the new card number over the phone, and it doesn't work. And I already called the credit card company. They said, call us when you receive it. I called them. I says, I received it. Ask me some questions. They go, okay, it's activated. Everything's all set. You're good. Well, I go home. I says, well, I'll go home and I'll try to do it online. Wouldn't take the credit card. Had to call the card company up. They didn't activate it. They told me they activated it. It wasn't activated. Had to go through a whole song and dance, get it activated. Finally, after all this baloney, finally I could make the order go through. They hit my credit card. I got a new order number. I responded to the email from Nikon, gave them the new order number, got a confirmation, said camera's in stock. Preparing to ship, expect it in 3 to 5 days. So I should get it, probably by Thursday, Friday of this coming week. But, so that's one thing for those of you who may have the problem, because, and here's the kicker too. I called my credit card company before I ever put my 180 to 600 through Nikon USA and ZF. And I said, I'm letting you know I got a larger purchase coming up and don't deny it. Well, they denied it anyway. And I said, your computer told me I didn't need to do it anymore, that it was good. And so your computer lied to me. So, once again, it was another screw up, So it's like, finally it got all resolved. Everybody's happy. I'm getting my camera, blah, blah, blah. But it's credit card stuff, it drives you nuts. And at least now they're not putting you at the end of the list. You may have to reorder it, but they'll keep your place in line, which is better than what they did last year.
Exactly what happened to Dave Moose. But they didn't want to do it, so he had to basically embarrass them through YouTube before they reacted. But so that means that this must be happening quite frequently now, correct? But good for Nikon that it was resolved that sort of fashion. But I know
Yeah.
It's such a bad feeling when your car get compromised, right?
Oh, yeah. And then you go through this other rigmarole, as I call it, and you're like, am I ever gonna like be able to place this order and get this camera?
Exactly.
And Jeff and Leslie's here, so hello to Jeff and Leslie. Mark Weston saying it's dark here again. Oh, I forgot it's nighttime, not the annular eclipse. Woody's here. Hello, Woody. And we are going to talk tonight about the 600 PF. That's going to be a big point of conversation. Who's it for? Who's going to get it? Why would you get it? Why is it better than the 180? Why is it maybe better than the 180 to 600? Okay, and we're going to talk about all that stuff. Before we get into that, we'll talk about something else that happened recently. I got several comments on my normal channel for my normal videos, not the live stream stuff, asking what I think of firmware 4.10 for bird subject detection on the Z9. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't had the chance to use it that much. I've been shooting a new red wolf exhibit that's in South Carolina, and they're going to eventually start breeding the wolves and repopulate sections of North Carolina where they used to have a pretty predominant red wolf population, and now the coverage area is significantly smaller for those wolves, and so they have 3 males. This is at Brook Green Gardens, which is like less than a mile away from the park that I go to, and they're going to exchange a male for a female, and they're going to start breeding the wolves, and then when they're mature enough, they're going to release them into the wild, is what the plan is. So that's a really good thing to have going on. But so I've been busy doing stuff like that. So I've been using animal subject detection and not so much bird subject detection. But the little bit I have used of it, it is stickier on the subject. And I'm going to clarify it, for me anyway, in a reasonably lit scene. If I have a bird in flight, even a smaller bird, let's just say a seagull size, small gull, can fly by a tree line as a background, and it'll pick out 3D tracking will pick out the bird and follow it continuously. It doesn't flip to the background like it used to. Every once in a while, it would pop off the subject and go to the background. So I've seen a big improvement there. I did have, poor results with a particular subject. I had a brown pelican in early morning light, poor early morning light with a dead tree for a background, and you didn't have a lot of contrast there, and the 3D tracking wouldn't pick up on the pelican, even though the pelican's pretty good size. I mean, there just wasn't any contrast in the scene. But I got to fool around with that more. But overall, I am happy with what I'm seeing it do better than what it did before. And I know Gustavo has used it quite a bit. Mm-hmm. So I'll let him interject here and give you his opinion. And Roy has used it as well. So we'll get opinions from the people in the club here and see what other people say in the chat. So I'll turn it over to you guys. Roy, we'll start with you. We'll go top to bottom. And,
I haven't really used it on small birds. All my birds are pretty big, so it didn't make a big difference. But I think any improvements are worth having. The big improvement was firmware 2, though, then to firmware 3, and I think it's now incremental more than anything. Yeah, I don't need the new bird detect and things. I don't think as much. Phase detect is not as good as. Is much better than contrast detect, though.
For your kookaburras and your magpie as well there. So no, I use it not as much as I wanted. The migration, we're in flux here between the seasons in Corral, but for sure, I think this is a lot better, in my opinion. It's a lot stickier on the bird. It goes to the eye a lot faster. So I think is anything is an improvement, correct? So um, the question is when you have different subjects, birds and mammals, we have to become now used to switch back and forth, correct?
Yeah.
So I probably, if I go to a place like Yellowstone, I probably will go with a default in animals in general, and then, or if I go to a local pond or something like that, then I will switch it to specifically for bird. But for birds, for sure, in my opinion,
No,
it,
I
it
agree
will-
with what you're saying for the limited use I've had of it. I mean, there's some things that are obvious right away, like you said. I mean, it goes even if you're saying using 3D tracking and you got a bird. Well, one thing they said improved was picking up on the eye of a long necked bird. So I had a great egret with its neck stretched way up, with grasses around it,
exactly.
and it locked right on the eye instantaneously. It was not any
We're pretty
hesitation at
spoiled,
all.
aren't we?
So
We're spoiled with
it is significantly better, and I will never complain, even if they make it better this much at a time.
Exactly.
I don't care because they're not charging us for it, so we have nothing to complain about, right? I mean, we're getting all these incremental and sometimes major changes as well as little minor tweaks, but we're getting it all for free. We got nothing to complain about.
Exactly. So, and my expectation is that new changes are going to be more asymptotic, correct, through a creaming curve type of thing of progress. And but if this increases by 5-10%, wow, that's significant. And I believe that that's the case here. Okay?
I'm going to say hello to Tommy Brantley. Luke S. is here. Luke's here.
Albert.
Jeff and Leslie, I'll comment. I did update all my auto payments on my credit card. That's the first thing I did. Albert, hello to you, my friend. It's always fun when you go through a little bit of a credit card mishap. It's
Oh, yeah. So much fun.
pain in the neck. Yeah, like life isn't difficult enough as it is. Now I have some news for you that I know a lot of you aren't going to be too happy about, but unfortunately, I have a family emergency that came up that I have to deal with, and I'm going to be traveling to Connecticut. We normally have our photo review on November 4th, and I will not be here to do a show on November 4th, and I will not be here to do a show on November 11th. So I've got two weeks in a row where we won't be having a live stream, and I apologize for that, but it's a urgent family situation, and it's something I have to take care of, and that's about it. So I guess the thing that we kind of need to decide on as a group is, do we want to do November's photo review on the 18th, okay, which would be when I would, the week after I get back. Would we want to do it on the 18th when basically a couple weeks later we would normally be doing the one on December 2nd, I believe, was the next photo review. I don't know if everybody wants to try to put some images together that close together or not, or should we just table? No, you could send me the photos as if we're going to have the show in November or whatever. But I mean, if everybody's okay with it, maybe we just don't do it in November and we just hold everything for December. But if people feel strongly about having it in November, then the earliest we could do it would be let me double check, but I believe it would be November 18th would be when we would be able to do it. So, why don't you guys think about it, because we got another 2 shows before I'm gone for 2 weeks, or 2 Saturdays. and think about it between now and then. And you can always send me an email, tell me what you think, give me suggestions, and then on that, that last show in October, we will decide whether we're going to do it when I get back or wait until December. But just you guys think about that. Let's see. Yeah, Nikon Rumors was saying that the ZF is presumably in stock in the United States.
Wow.
And that the Nikon Plena, the 135, is in stock in Germany. So if you live in Germany and you're looking for that Plena lens, this could be your lucky day. and where you are, it is daytime soon. You got 3 more hours or something. You're having breakfast, right? So
yeah. Unfortunately, the shops don't open on Sunday in Germany.
Yeah.
I think we have
no stores in Germany on Sunday, really?
Well, when I used to live in Europe, that was the case. They don't open on Sundays, but there is some. I mean, that's
they let everybody go to church on Sunday.
Exactly.
That's what they used to do in the United States, and then of course, and I had no problem with that. I mean, I didn't care. I was like, give everybody a day off, for crying out loud. Let them do what they want to do. Go to church, go to the beach, do what they want to do. And then, of course, corporate greed sunk in, and all of a sudden everybody's open on Sunday. But I had no issues when I was a kid, and the Sundays there was nobody open. But
I think Kubarasi is in Switzerland, and Martin is in Germany, but I haven't seen them yet.
Question for you coming up here, Gustavo. I'll throw it up. That was the fall color.
Good, but too brief. That's the problem with the fall color. Okay, so you have to. I'm going to try to see if I can make it to the southern part of Colorado next week. But definitely things change fast. Okay, so and we have a strong cold front yesterday night, and that may have taken some of the leaf. So I will be better prepared, Rakesh, next week on to answer that question.
And we got Mr. Stewart is. He put his 800 PF on his ZF today. It worked great together. Leave it to David to go at each extreme.
Exactly.
Super, a small camera on a big lens, and let's see what happens. And the lens did not break the mount, I'm assuming.
The ZF's can be a tough camera.
Yeah.
We got a couple of interesting comments on your the issue of the chaos. Bob suggested last Saturday of October for your travel. I think Jim, Nikon Lover, is suggesting that that other that November we may skip it because otherwise it would start bumping against the Thanksgiving holidays. So please bring your opinions into this here.
Yeah. Let's see if David is in a location where I think no matter how I word this, it won't sound good. Let's say David is in a location where no one can see him, including us. So he's staying in the chat. So he's going to hide in the chat tonight. Roy Albert's saying he placed an order for 120 black and white film. What Albert? What brand? What brand of black and white film did you get?
Ilford, probably.
No, Ilford, Kodak. Would you go with? Wayne's popping on here. Won't join the panel, but we'll be listening for a bit. Have some things to do today. That's fine, Wayne. Life. Everybody has their things they got to do, right?
Exactly.
No problem.
Yeah. And we have Jeff and Leslie on location in northern Michigan, watching some migration over there.
Northern Ohio is close to peak. I'll put his comment up here. If you're heading towards northern Michigan, peak colors right now. Northern Ohio close to peak, about a week here. Kentucky is a week to 10 days away.
We don't get those lovely colours. It's unfair.
I tell you, I miss seeing it. I don't miss raking up the leaves afterwards. But I do miss looking at the beauty of colorful leaves in the trees and white birches and oaks and maple trees, and stuff like that. I really miss that a lot from New England, because now I just get to see. It seems like anything down here, it just goes from green to brown and falls off. What few trees have leaves, and everything else is pine needles. So nothing to brag about in the Carolinas when it comes to fall colors. Unless you're if you're in parts of North Carolina where you get into the mountainous areas, that's different. If you're in the mountains, that's the Blue Ridge Mountains, you're going to see some nice color in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Yeah. As you approach the Appalachian, then you start getting eastern state. Locally, here in the West and in Colorado, mostly aspens. So we get more in the yellow rather than the more rich reds and other colors.
Jeff says he's in a motel room and Leslie's asleep 7 or 8 feet away from him.
We talk slow.
I'll try to talk quiet so we don't wake her up. You all know I'm not good at talking quiet. I have that issue. My dad was pretty deaf for many years, near the last 20 years of his life. So unfortunately, I had to amp up my volume. And then you get to where you always talk that way and you don't realize how loud you are anymore. You don't know how to knock it down. So my wife's always telling me, you don't have to talk so loud. I could hear you from a block away. And I'm like, okay. Rakesh is saying in Pennsylvania, colors are beautiful near Ricketts Glen State Park. Actual canyon and waterfall area is not at its peak. Yeah, there's something about. I wonder what it's like in Maine right now. Like if you were to go to Acadia National Park, that if you've never gone, if you live in the Northeast, if you live in Massachusetts, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, you owe it to yourself to go to Acadia National Park once in your lifetime, because it is just so calming, and you have the ability to take, pictures of all the fishing boats and the ocean, and then you get into the park area and you have all these uniquely made bridges that were made with different types of stone for the horses to go across. And you can go on horse carriage tours that you're in the I don't know what you want to call it. It's nothing fancy. You're just sitting on a basically a platform with wheels in the back, and the horses are pulling you, and you got everybody sitting next to you, and you get to go and see all these bridges, and they stop. You can get out, take pictures of the bridge, move on to the next bridge. It's really, really neat, and I highly recommend a visit to Acadia National Park. It's the only opportunity I have had to go to a national park in my lifetime, and it was wonderful. And I'd like to see so many more national parks. When the time comes when my wife can retire, I hope that we just hop in the car and we disappear for a month and we go to hit a whole bunch of national parks. That's what I really want to do. Ava says she's heading to the UK next week to visit her mom, hoping to catch some. I'm not even going to try to say that. Autumnal color. Give your OM1 a good workout.
See, I think in England they call it autumn, and here in the United States fall.
Fall,
Right?
yeah. We say fall. And if somebody says, why they call it fall? Because that's what the leaves are doing. They're all falling.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter what they call it here, it doesn't happen. They'll stay green all year unless they die. Then everything falls off.
So Jeff and Leslie saying my dog is having a dog mare underneath my desk. You hear any whining and whimpering? It's not because I'm stepping on her or hurting her. I would never do that. She's just having a dog mare, and she starts to do a yip, 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 yip.
The question is whether Eva is going to visit the Grace of Westminster.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. I'd love to do that.
Yeah. So Eva, I used to live in a place called Leatherhead in Surrey. For a time in my life, I lived in London for about 3 years. So where is Eva heading? What part of England? Or the UK? Actually, she mentioned the UK. Could be Wales or Scotland.
Doesn't matter. You just measure it by how far from Grays you are.
Jeff from Jeff and Leslie fame just sent me an autumn photo, and I'm gonna share it with everybody. So it'll take me a second to get it on my desktop, and then I will bring it up here and share the image so that we can all enjoy it.
The Dorset coast is beautiful, Eva. I think.
Okay, so give me a second here, guys. I will share the screen for a moment, and we can see the image that Jeff sent to me. And see, I'm only good at doing this when we're having a photo review. When I got to do it ad lib, boy, then it's like.
You're getting pretty good though.
But we'll figure it out someday.
Oh, beautiful.
What I'll do is I will let's see, get rid of hide this.
Hide us.
And move everybody to the right. And let's see, I can make the screen full screen. Let's see if I do full screen, what happens.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, no, that's good.
So thank you, Jeff, for sending that to us. And yeah, I miss those colors. The reds and I love it when you get the reds and the yellows mixed together. It's wonderful. Thank you for sending that in. It makes me makes me homesick is what it does, really.
Yeah, and by the time you go into Connecticut, not only you're going to be busy, but the colors probably are gone.
Yeah, it'll be gone. Yeah. John Young, we appreciate your very kind comments. We all do our best, and I'm only as good as the people that come to share and the people that come on the panel with me. I'm just I'm like the bobblehead doll that talks a lot. So thank you so much for your kind words. We really appreciate that. And Ava, yes, have a very safe trip, and save some of those images for the photo review, because I've never been to England. I've never been to Europe. So that's the one thing, people, in the U.S., I mean, nothing is old here, Basically, everything is brand new compared to anything over in Europe. I mean, you guys have castles everywhere and unique architecture and whatnot that we don't get to see here. So I like seeing the architecture, whether it be in England or Ireland and places like that, because it's just interesting. You come to the United States and it's just like, okay, house. It's not nothing.
All the same as
all
here.
the same. Yeah. Ava's saying local store is Castle Camera, Dorset.
Been there. Very nice area.
Uh-oh. Ava, have you been watching Jurassic Park too much? Short drive to the Jurassic Coast. I hope you don't run into a velociraptor while you're there.
No, that beach is very famous for fossils.
Yeah,
That was famous long before Jurassic Park. That's probably where they got the name for Jurassic Park, because most of the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park aren't Jurassic. They're mostly Cretaceous.
that is right, Roy. That is right. But the Jurassic Coast there is a formation which is called the Kimmeridge clay, which is actually very photogenic. And if you have that Dorset has some high cliff areas and a small bays, a beautiful, Mr. Jeff Neville. So hopefully Eva can show us a little bit of that.
Yeah, and our friend Albert here has been very busy.
Yes, I'd love to see what he's done.
The man.
You'll have to come on and show us.
We should call you Mr. Adaptall. And remember, when things settle out for me and I'm back to the normal routine every week here, we got to get you on to like I said, we talked about giving us some info on common adapters for the major brands, the Nikon, Sony, and the Canon brands, and share some information with people. That would be great. So you got plenty of time to put a little bit of something together.
That is definitely Albert's superpower.
Yes, you have the superpowers of being Mr. Adaptall, and we'll call you Mr. Adaptall. We'll give you a superhero name, and hey, tip our hat off to you for what you're able to do. We really find it very interesting. And Mark, Chuck is doing well. I mean, he had surgery now, I think 3 weekends ago, I think. And he's fully recovered from that. He can run, he could jog, he could do a lot of things. He has something he's still trying to overcome from the original hospitalization, and that's going to take a while yet to get back to normal. And once that does, then I plan on spinning my seat around, and all of a sudden you're going to see Chuck sitting in it.
Be a bit of a change, won't it?
And I'm gonna sit on this side. I'm gonna sit over here. We got my hand right. Nope, wrong way. I'm gonna sit over here and just go, and I'll cause a lot of trouble, and I'll let Chuck try to deal with me as a co-host. And but yeah, he's doing well. He is. I shame on me. I've had some things going on in my life lately, and I first time that I've never contacted his wife. Every week I usually text her and find out what's going on, and I did not do that this week. So
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
I apologize.
Since we were mentioning the 600 PF, that's a lens that Mr. Chuck conjured, because remember he always say, "I want that 600 PF." So I'm sure that he is excited about that lens. So hopefully he will be able to maybe buy this in the future. That was a lens that he was interested.
Should do well.
And since you brought it up, I might as well pull up my general cheat sheet here, and we'll talk about the 600. I'll do a little quick. Well, nothing with me is quick. You guys know that. I lie a lot. I say it's quick. It's never quick. I'll rattle off some information about the new 600 f6.3 PF S series lens. It's going to ship later this month, sometime this month, supposedly. And if in my opinion is, if this doesn't fill any remaining gap and price point for nature and sports photographers, I give up. I don't know what else they can do. I mean, I would like to think once this is out there, and I'm sure it's going to be like the Plena lens, they'll put the announcement out a week later that we're awfully shocked by the demand that we're getting on this lens, and we apologize that we're going to have late shipments and blah, 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 because you might as well just put that out the next day, because that seems to be a normal verbiage that you get from a lot of these different camera manufacturers. But I guess, hey, don't complain. I guess, and they're not complaining. They're raking in the bucks. They're doing good financially.
Spoiled for lenses, aren't we?
We're very spoiled, and I guess so. My opinion is time. Okay, now that you do this, time to do some fast ultra wide angles. A 200 millimeter macro lens would be nice. Tilt shift lenses, fisheye lenses. Start doing some other stuff, that
the
specialty stuff. Now's the time to do some DX lenses for the APS-C folks, because hey, they still
the DX lenses.
They're still proud Nikon owners, though. They need to be taken care of too. We can't ignore them. We shouldn't ignore them. I owned many DX cameras. I'm not gonna knock on anybody that does it.
I like DX cameras. I just don't like DX lenses.
Yeah. So some information on the 600 is minimum focus distance is 13.13 feet. It's only 11 inches long, 4.2 inches in diameter, and 3.24 pounds. So it's 30% less in weight than the 180 to 600 that just came out recently. And it's a tad lighter than the 500 PF once you have to put the FTZ adapter on it to use it on a Z-mount camera. And the price is $47.99, which has some people a little bit tweaked about the price. 21 elements and 14 groups, SD and ED lenses, PF lenses, of course. Now it has nano coat and fluorine coating, and we'll get into some of the differences between the 180 to 600 and the 600 PF. This lens is fully weather sealed. I mean, weather sealed to the gills. I mean, full control features. This is a big thing when you look at the outside of the barrel. On the lens, you've got 2 function buttons, your programmable control ring, the focus ring, the range limiter switch, the focus select switch, and a memory set button. And whereas the 180 to 600 does not have a focus ring, does not have the memory set button, only has 1 function button on it instead of 2. So, okay, that is one reason why you're going to see a price difference. Now it works well. They say it works well with the 1.4 and the 2 times tele converter, although they'll say the 1.4 optically is great with that lens, other than you're shooting at f9. Okay, the at 2 times tele, you're kind of limited in your functionality with that, because you're going to be shooting at f13. You're probably going to be on a tripod at that point. It's probably a little softer around the edges, but still usable. But as is typical with the super long lenses, they typically work excellent with the 1.4 and not quite so much with the 2.0. Although the 2.0 tele on the Z mount, two times tele on the Z mount is much better than the 2 times tele on the F mount.
All the new teles are very good.
Yeah.
Not that I like teles much.
Yeah. You got nano crystal coat anti-reflection coating on the 600 PF. You do not have that on the 180 to 600. You got slightly better VR than the 180 to 600 by the slightest amount, not by a lot.
Both are very good.
And I mentioned the weather sealing, but it's advanced weather sealing, basically, is what they're saying. And in the spec sheet for the 180 to 600, as well as the advertising page on Nikon USA for that lens, they don't even mention weather sealing on the 180 to 600 at all. So if it has it, they don't talk about it. It may not. I don't know. They don't talk about it. Now, Steve Perry, John Wegner, and Fro, of course, they were the only 3 people I know of that got the new 600 f6.3 PF lens to play around with before it got announced. I've watched Steve Perry's and John Wagner's YouTube content. I did not watch Froze. I just don't
Why
watch
would you?
him. I just don't watch him. So then the question people are going to say is, well, why should I buy a 600 PF when you can buy the 180 to 600 zoom for a lot less money? But it's for the same reasons that you always have when people say, why buy a prime versus a zoom? Because at 600 millimeters, the prime is always sharper than the long end of a zoom. It's just, it always is. I mean, it's period. It just always is. And so if you want a technically sharper image corner to corner, you're going to get that. It's going to be better with the 600 PF. You got the nano coating to reduce glare that you do not have on the 180 to 600. The only coating you have on that, which you also have on the 600 PF, is the fluorine coating, which allows the water to bead up and, you know, things will not stick to the lens and stuff like that. You got more features on the lens that we already talked about, extra function buttons, so on and so forth. But probably the biggest benefit is it's physically smaller and lighter than the 180 to 600. So you could walk around just like I can walk around all day with a 500 PF right now. And when I say all day, I'm talking 8 hours. And no problem. I'm not tired at all. Or you could just jump to Hasselblad.
No, just discussing something in the chat.
And the question when you say, well, who's going to buy this lens? Well, and should you buy this lens? I can't answer that question for you because the thing is, it depends on what's in your kit already. You know, how much overlap might you have? You know, are you someone that has the 400 4.5 and maybe you got the 1 to 400 zoom and the 400 4.5 and you don't have the 800 and you don't have the 600 f4 and you go, well, I want a little more reach. Maybe I'll get the 600 PF. Okay, but now if you're someone that has the 100 to 4 to 180 to 600, the 800 PF, the 500 PF, are you going to buy the 600 PF too? There's going to be a little more thinking in there. Maybe you'll sell your 500 PF to get the 600 PF. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. And now I'm going to turn it over to the rest of the crew here to share what they think about this whole thing, whether they're going to buy one, whether they've already ordered one, and we will.
I'm not getting it.
We will shame them a little bit.
I've got the 600 f4 and the 400 4.5 and the 180 to 600. So it'd be nice to have a nice light 600 lens, but I just don't quite justify it at the moment. I think a lot of people will buy it though. Looks a good lens.
Yeah.
I wish it was 5.6.
Like you said, it's size and weight. This is
the size and weight of what's going to sell it.
The 500 PF. If you go into a canoe or you go into a boat, that's the best lens. Okay.
Use it as an oar.
And this will be a direct replacement, correct, of that the 500 PF with a little bit more reach. So I'm
better for birds.
Exactly, small birds. Correct. So I think it has a special niche into that tool, correct? Because it's a prime, and it's lighter than the lighter than certainly that the 180 to 600, correct? So I like it. So I like it. So I think it's like I think Jim was saying, we are spoiled now for options. Okay?
Yeah.
The question is how that intersect with your photography.
Well, I want to address one comment that is really being talked about a lot, and even Steve Perry brought it up. Steve made a comment that it would have been nice if it was an f5.6 instead of a 6.3, but you're only talking a third of a stop, okay? And some people talk like, well, you know, I'm shooting very early in the morning. 6.3 is a no-go for me.
Yeah.
Why? Because I'll tell you, 5.6 is a no-go for you that early in the morning. Okay, let's get serious
Exactly.
about it now. Let's get serious
That's like
about it
my
now.
F4.
Whether it's 5.6 or 6.3, it
Mhm.
doesn't matter a hill of beans. If the sun
Mhm.
hasn't risen yet, hasn't gone over your tree line, okay, yet, you're not going to be shooting birds in flight at all. You're not going to have a fast enough shutter speed, whether you're at 5.6 or 6.3. It isn't going to matter a hill of beans. It won't matter at all. You're just not going to do it, or you're going to intentionally take a high ISO shot of birds in flight
Mhm.
and still have very blurry wings, and maybe you're looking for that effect, and that's okay. However, you are not going to freeze any bird's wings in flight, 15 minutes before sunrise, or you got to wait like a half an hour after the sun comes up and it clears the trees, and then you're going to have enough light, whether it's a 5.6 or a 6.3, where you will be able to shoot birds in flight. But before
No matter
that,
what about the camera.
you're kidding yourself that the 5.6, 6.3 is going to matter, because it's not. You could still take a static bird shot at an elevated ISO that is reasonable, that you'll be able to, use noise reduction software and clear it up. But you're not going to take birds in flight with either of those lenses. Now, in f4, that's different. F4, you might be able to do a little bit of bird in flight shot just before the sun comes up, but even then, not with a fast moving bird. You're not going to be doing kingfishers at 30 minutes before sunrise.
But the reality is, a sunrise, one stop for it, and that's why the people that use the 400 2.8 for mammals, correct? In that case, that would be to stop, correct? That can make the difference
Yeah.
Mm.
at sunrise to get a blurry picture. Or now, obviously, less nowadays that we can bump that high ISO so fast and get very little noise, right? So in a way, these new lenses are good compromises, right? Because otherwise, it would be humongous lens. I mean, we had David Stewart here talk about 600 f2.8. I mean, that's a Mount Palomar telescope, correct?
Yeah, and then you're tripod bound all the time.
Well, no, and it's like my
Well, because
600.
of the weight.
Oh,
Because of the weight.
exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
look
Mm.
that. Yes, exactly. That's that G604 that I still have, which hopefully I will get eventually exchange for. I mean, it's not practical anymore. Correct? It's not practical.
Yeah. You gotta do the what was that, Roy, you would know. What was at one time, I mean, some wildlife photographers were using a certain attachment to their flashes that really extended
Blasters.
the throw.
Yeah.
Or
Flash blasters.
yeah,
Better beamers, it called.
better beamers
Yeah,
or
for the
something. Yeah,
beamers as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, you'd have to go that route. or hire the spotlights that they shine in the sky when they open up a new car dealership and they're trying to
Blind
get
all
you
the birds.
to figure out where the searchlight's coming from. You use that and you have somebody aiming it at the birds as they fly over your head, and then you take the picture.
But a good low light camera like the ZF or Z9 or Z8 is
And
more
that's how
than the
much things has
third
changed.
shot better.
That is how much things has changed
Mm.
on the recent years. I used to do a lot of work along with the SB 500 and the Better Beaver. I haven't used that flash and the Better Beaver anymore. Now we can talk with one of those other kind of tips and tribulation in the future. I can show you that because the Better Beaver was an element that you put in front that actually was a Fresnel.
Fresnel screen.
Yeah.
Okay, but the Profoto 810 has a Fresnel adapter too that you can put. So
Mm.
so in some cases you need to use flash. Now there are new options for flash as well.
Mm.
Yeah. It's just but I mean, when I see people commenting that with the lens being 6.3, they would never consider buying it.
Stupid.
The logic doesn't hold up, because if you can't afford the f4 lens, at 5-digit figures, and you can't afford that, then everybody wants to get super fast glass for hardly any money, and that isn't how the game works. I mean, it may be what we all want, but that's not how the game works. We all
And
know
every
that.
stop is a double-sized lens.
Yeah, you want that f4, or then you're paying for that f4. And for me, and I do a lot of wildlife just like Gustavo does, and birds in particular. I can wait 30 minutes after the sun comes up. My life is not over that I can't wait 30 minutes, because I wait that 30 minutes, and I can take no problem taking any static shots of birds at that point. And I could take some of these slower birds in flight and have them sharp. And if I wait like 45 minutes after the sun comes up, I'm able to do the small birds and hold the and get a good shot. And you got the advantages now that you never had it with film, but you never had it before, up until last couple of years or whatever, where you have all this noise reduction software that allows you to crank up your ISO and not even have a visible effect on the quality of your image when you print it out. Like if you're at ISO 12,000 or 12.5 or something like that. If you're pushing ISO 25,000, that might be a little different. But if you got halfway decent light, and even if you're at ISO 12,000, man, you could clean that up, no problem. It's not a problem.
I still go by a low light camera like the ZF or Z8, Z9. That makes a big difference more than the lens.
Well, ISO 1600, it almost like the default now for me, correct? And obviously, if I can get away with ISO 400, fine. But for once, nowadays I always start with auto ISO, correct? But then when I switch to manual, I see what I need to do. But ISO 1600 is not a problem.
I've shot portrait shots with the 800 at 1/250th of a second handheld with that 30 minutes after the sun comes up type of shot, and had it come out and had ended up with relatively low ISO and got tack sharp images from it, because the VR is so good. The VR is so good too on these Nikon bodies and lens combinations that you can really
of a stop.
You could hand hold at some pretty slow shutter speeds now. J Rod asks a good question. I got to think of how I want to answer this. How do we answer this, guys? What lens can you use to get super sharp fruit bat pictures in front of the moon? That's called you buy a telescope with a camera mount on it.
But I can tell you, that's not a crazy situation. Maybe a 800 with a 2 teleconverter may do the job. Right? So you may have to do a lot of ISO reduction, but it may do the job. I would try.
Or you split the difference and you throw a 1.4 on it, and you go in crop modes. You go on crop mode.
Exactly.
And that way you don't have the negative effects of the 2x optics, because you're only using a 1.4, and then if you can get away with the crop mode, then that works too. But I always love how Nikon, I think they all do it, but I always like when Nikon comes out with a new lens, when they do their advertisement, they'll say, "Oh, it's a 600," and then they'll say, or put the 1.4 on, and it's an 840, and then put it the 2x on, and it's whatever it is there, and then but then you can also put it in DX crop mode too, and now it's like wait, they give you every single scenario to take that 600 millimeter lens and turn it into something that's like almost 2.5 times the focal length.
And in the old times, and I'm talking about only a few years back, that was crazy stock, but not now.
Yeah,
that was not now.
No, but I think it's a great lens for a lot of people, and like we've all said, it will vary depending on how what you bought previously, what is in your kit will have a lot to do with whether you buy it or not. If you're starting from scratch, the very common narrative that you always got from wildlife photographer professionals was, you got to have a 600. I mean, that's still the commentary. If you're going to pick one lens for wildlife photography, you got to get the 600
for sure,
and that hasn't changed. So if you're a newbie, you got a little extra ching, maybe you start, think about it if you can afford it. Always get the best lens you can afford, because if you buy the good stuff, you know what, you'll have it a lifetime. You'll only get rid of it if you don't use it anymore. But I mean, your bodies are going to change all the time. You may be on that 5-year cycle with a body. You may be someone that keeps a body for 10 years before you switch over.
Exactly.
But a lot of people are not buying every new camera that comes out. I mean, there are some. A lot of people that'll buy every new camera that comes out are people that are content creators, and they do gear talk a lot, and they want to have the new camera so they can talk about it on their channel. They're bringing in revenue. They feel like it's a good investment. They can say, I own it, I use it, so on and so forth, and they'll buy all that. But a lot of people, a lot of people are still on like a 5-year rotation on the body, but the lenses last you a lifetime. The lenses could last you forever.
New jet lenses are the reason to go to mirrorless.
But also when these 600 PF, so size and weight, and that had to do with mobility, or when weight is an issue. You travel by plane and you have to go with a small suitcase, correct? Then or the 600 PF would be great. I mean, you saw that. Both of Jan and Steve videos. That's what they highlight, correct? And these guys do. They're 100% nature photographers, correct? So those are the people that we need to listen to. Right?
Yeah, I mean, there's I know. Like Matt Irwin was getting access to a lot of lenses early on and stuff like that. And someone commented to me, well, I'm surprised Matt didn't get one in the beginning. I'm like, well, the lens is catering towards a wildlife sports photographer, and that's not his genre.
It's a street photographer.
So you are better off giving it to someone who is strictly doing wildlife or sports, because that's their gig. That's what they do. Not that Matt won't get a hold of one at some point, but I really, it makes a lot of sense to give it to a Steve Perry and a John Wagner.
Marketing wise, they hit it. Now Fro is a different issue.
Well, I don't even go there.
but I tell you one thing. I mean, people. Like you mentioned that this lens has a memory set, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, for instance, on the 180 to 600, I programmed one other button to be the memory set, correct? Well, you can do it without the memory set. But I love to have the memory set in the camera, right?
Yeah.
It's like your fingers know that the memory set is going to be on the right side, correct? A little bit under. So that's the 800 PF have it, the 400 4.5 have it, the 500 PF have it. This lens will have. that's what tools are, correct? It's a tool that is familiar to you.
Well, you know what you know what I wish they would do. And I just thought about this now that you brought up the memory set, and
Mhm.
this may seem silly, but
Mhm.
because right now you use the memory set. You hold the button, it locks in. Where you're at, but
Mhm.
then you have to use a function button
To
to
recall it.
to basically go to what you set on that memory set button. And what I think would be a neat trick to do
Mhm.
is you have it where if you want to use the memory set button and set it for a certain distance, let's say you have to hold the button for 5 seconds.
Mhm.
Then after that, if you just tap it, it brings you to that setting, so
That
you don't have to use another function button. Have
that
it
would
so
be
the
good.
button does both. You hold it for a certain amount of time, it then it locks at that distance that you want it. And then when you want to use it, all you got to do is push it quick and it goes to that. And you don't have to use a separate programming button on your camera. I think that would be a really neat thing to
I
do.
think so. That would be that's a good suggestion for Deacon, because anyway, that memory set, as you know, because the 100 PF has it, and I'm sure you use it. It's not like you can touch it. You need to touch it and hold it. So it's already like that to a degree, correct?
Yeah.
So touch and hold to set it.
Yeah.
Touch to call it.
Touch. Yeah. Right. What do you think, Nikon? Nikon, are you out there? Are you out there
Exactly.
watching this little channel? Are you hearing what we're saying? That's just a firmware thing.
Mm.
That ain't a big deal, because then you're not sucking up a function button on your camera.
And I would like to hear from Eva, but I understand the OM system, the OM1 system. You can program different distances as well, correct? So I like that software to come uh, into Nikon. That means that at this moment you have this like infinity or full range, or like 10 meters to infinity.
Yeah.
In the OM system, inside the menu, you can change all that. You can put any kind of distance.
Yeah.
And now that the Nikon lenses, particularly the Z lenses, give you the distance, that is a great addition.
Okay, we're gonna pick on Mr. Ishii here. Hi guys, I wish I could make it. John, we know the reason that you're not making it
Playing
is
with his
you're
ZF.
having too much fun with that ZF body that
Exactly.
you're
Put a ZF, not a ZF.
that you're fooling around with. And I saw your little 135 Plena video, a mini video there that you did. So you're getting to touch all the toys, man. You're gonna be. I think you're gonna be shelling out some a little extra dough. I could feel it. I could feel it coming. And let's see. We got. Wow, what just happened to my? I want to bring up. We'll bring this up. Answer J-Rod's. J-Rod, we probably have not had Vahagan pop in on this show for at least, I'm guessing, 3 weeks. At least. He was on maybe very, very short period of time a month ago. And it's very few and far between when he comes on the show. We don't really
He's
hear
too
from him
successful for us.
anymore. Yeah, we're too low on the food chain for him to bother with anyway. We're at the bottom. We're like pond scum. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, John, look at this. See, look, attending a huge camera show. Yeah, have your wife take your credit cards away from you right now.
And you can imagine all the videos that we're going to see from John now.
Yeah. He says he loves his ZF. Yeah, I tell you, I'm going to bring this up. People may not know this yet. I got it somewhere in my notes here, but you can go to Nikon Rumors to get it. Or go on Nikon USA. They finally came out with the links for the manual for the ZF are now available online, as well as the reference guide, which is really the real manual, because the user's manual doesn't tell you much other than how to put the battery in the camera and what arrows telling you this is for your on button and this is your shutter speed button, and okay, but it's always that that other document, that reference guide, is the one that gives you all the meat and potatoes. That's the one that you want. So I saved them on my desktop. I have not watched them yet, or read them yet, but I plan on doing it. And I do have one. I hope to get it next week, but I did order ahead of time.
Okay.
Okay. The small rig grip.
That comes with a lot of sales of the ZF.
And it has two threaded quarter 20 holes in it. Okay. And then of course it has the grip, you got the screws here to hold the grip section on, and you've got the coin, use the coin here to tighten it up, or you got the lever that flips down.
I laugh if they send you a bonus one with it.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, this grip, I thought, I wonder how this grip really is, but I put my hands on it, and it's a very dense rubber. And it's very comfortable. It's going to be very comfortable in the hand. And although I don't think you per se would necessarily need it if you're using like a 40 millimeter f2 lens on your ZF, I don't think you would need to put a grip on it. But if like Mr. Stewart, who put an 800 millimeter PF on his ZF that he talked about earlier, then this would come in really handy. And I bought it directly from Small Rig because, ahead of time I bought, micro SD card with the adapter. I ordered this from Small Rig because B&H said it was pre-order only. So I got it right from the factory, and I got it within a week.
Small Rig are very good at supplying quickly.
So
you still wait for the orange one, correct?
I went for the orange one, yeah. And okay, let's throw up. So I bought the accessories. I bought some of the accessories, and I don't have the camera, but I could pretend. I'm pretending right now that I'm David Stewart with the 800 PF hanging off my ZF right now.
Everyone seems to like the orange one. Now it's ruined for me. I have to get some other color.
Yeah, I like the orange one a lot too.
Everyone seems to like the orange one.
Yeah.
Everyone's got the orange one.
Yeah, and apparently there's going to be a long line of accessories for the CF coming from.
I'm sure Small Rig will come out with a cage for video and all that kind of stuff too. But for what I'll use it for B-roll, I don't need a cage for doing B-roll. I don't need any of that. So I just. So Mike's saying he's got the 70 to 200 VR. Wondering if the difference is that good in the Z80 to 200.
I've also got both lenses, and it is very slightly better. But the difference with the Z lens is they're quieter. If you do any video.
And do you think they focus faster as well, Roy, or not?
Not that much. They're both brilliant lenses. The other good lens is the Tamron G2 70-200. But I'm not a third-party guy because sometimes you get problems with software compatibility and companies forgetting that they actually made it.
Yeah, Albert makes a keen observation, which does apply in many cases.
I try.
When you think about it, how much stuff, and I'm not going to repeat myself of things I've said in the past because it probably upsets certain people that like these certain functions that I find totally useless. So I'm not going to bring it up again. Roy knows what I'm thinking. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of too much of the camera competition comes down to features that are more gimmicky than practical, in my opinion. And then secondly, what they don't tell you is when you finally get the camera and you're reading the manual and then it'll say, well, it only does this when you're in this mode with this setting, with this set to this and that set to that. And all of a sudden, okay, it's something that has a restrictive use.
That's where I'd like to hear the menu, the actual manual helping you. If something's grayed out, I want to know why.
Yeah,
That's the only reason I look for a manual.
too many times, and they all do it. All the brands do it.
Yep.
They pick something that they think is going to get your ear, okay, get your interest in wanting to buy their camera. And then when you get it and you read about it and you say, I'm never going to use that. After I read how it works and what you got to do to make it work, or even like, okay, I'm not a big JPEG shooter.
Exactly.
So you have the black and white function switch on the new ZF. And initially I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. But when you're in that black and white mode, it is using the custom tied in with your custom shooting menu, custom settings for like that only apply to JPEG files. So when you use that switch and you go to black and white mode, it's saving the image as a JPEG. Well, so basically for me, who shoots RAW 99.99% of the time, that switch function doesn't do anything for me anymore. And they didn't initially say that it was only for JPEGs. You found out as people reviewed it and talked about it, oh, it only does it in JPEG. Well, I'll just take the picture in RAW and I'll convert it in my software to black and white if I want to make it black and white, because that way I have my RAW file. So the switch isn't going to buy me anything. I thought it was a nice thing, but now it's like it doesn't apply to me because I don't shoot JPEG. So
Pixel shift is even worse.
You know,
Pixel shift never works very well.
No, and focus stack has limitations too. You know.
However, there are some features, like I remember in the D850, when you could buy the grip and then the different type of battery, and then increase your frame per second.
Frame per second. Yeah,
that was one
that was a good thing.
That was a good thing.
Yes,
and the battery was good too. The
yes,
much better than the 15.
I tell you, one time, many years ago, my son was helping me to do some photography, and some of the other cameras had gone faster frame per second, and then he used to make fun of me because my camera will go tack 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 tack, and then all the other photographers around me and went. I said, "What is this? You need a new camera, Daddy."
Well, my old F3 did 13.5 frames per second.
Exactly.
Who cares?
Hello, Long Rider. Nice to see you in the house. I'm scrolling down here to see John Ishii got his small rig for free. Well, I don't live in one of those privileged countries, John. I mean, the only thing I get free is extra taxes. That's always given to me. It's not free to me, but they freely give it to me. They give it to me.
Still got one. I use this for focus stacking and things, because mirrorless cameras don't give you a preview. You do focus stacking on a mirrorless camera, you're blind.
Oh, okay.
But Jeff, that was a smart thing to buy that small grip ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I knew it was going to sell out fast and be hard to get, so I figured I'd try to get it right away. And I'll be honest with you, well, I don't know. I mean, I'm lazy, so I'll probably put it on the camera no matter what lens I use and just leave it on all the time.
Exactly.
It's just one thing I got floating around in a camera bag that's going to get banged up or whatever, and just put it on the camera and leave it on the camera. I mean,
as a matter of fact, the L brackets and the actual rigs, they're good for protecting your camera too, correct?
Yeah.
So and you're not a hipster, so you're not going to you don't need to have the tiniest more camera in the world. but
you hurt my feelings again for the second time tonight. Now I'm not a hipster either. I'm not your son. and I'm not a hipster. So
do you want to be a hipster?
Yeah.
Is it,
No, I don't. No, I'm not a hipster. I don't.
for me, that boat sailed a long time ago.
That yes, I don't have the hair to be. I don't have the hair to be a hipster anyway.
But again, with this camera, I mean, I know there have been some grievances and also the people. I tell you, in the telephoto market, and the lenses in general, Nikon has been fantastic on the way they have released those lenses to keep us going, and to a degree with the ZF, correct? The same. If they want to sell CF, imagine if they would have come with the Z6 III, which a lot of people are waiting for, and then the CF. Nobody's going to buy the CF, correct?
Answer Pharaoh Man's question. The grips only come in black. You can't get them orange or blue or green, or right now they're just black.
You need it with that ZF. I think it's such a little camera.
Yeah. See, I mean, personally, it bothered me that I had to buy something like this, because one of my pet peeves with Leica, and I'm not saying they make phenomenal cameras. I'm not going to knock them in that regard, but they're so hung up on appearance, the appearance of their camera, and Nikon doing this, put a good grip on it on all your cameras, period. Okay.
And
people spend another $40 to get something third party, because that camera right now is being, some people, and myself included, are buying it as a second camera body for wildlife use if I need to use it, as well as street photography, macro photography, things like that. But in a pinch, if my Z9 crapped out on me, I need something to use. It's got the same autofocus system as a Z8 and a Z9. Theoretically, I could use that for wildlife photos if I wanted to, and I'll definitely use it for what I call more environmental wildlife shots. If I got a group of 100 wood storks that are 20 feet from shore, instead of trying to pick out, not even being able to pick one out of the crowd, if you got an 800 on your camera because they're too close to you, I could put the 24 to 120 on that ZF camera. I could fit the whole group in, probably end up at 80 millimeters or something, and get a wonderful shot of a big group of birds that I'm not going to get with my long glass on my Z9.
Well, and Jeff, if you are with your 800 on the Z9,
right,
and you have your ZF on the with the 500 PF, correct?
Yeah.
And you have it at hand. Changing lenses is not an option many times, correct? But if something lands close to you, you take the photo with that one.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. I mean, it's so inconvenient to change lenses in the field, and then lots of times, if you're in the area where you're doing wildlife and stuff like that, you're lots of times you're maybe near the ocean. You always have wind. You always have a breeze. You always have a higher risk of crud getting on your sensor, because you're not where you have no wind movement, and you really don't want to be changing your lenses in that. I mean, unless you want to walk back to your car, change your lens in your car, okay, that's different. But it's nice to have two bodies and with two different lenses on it, and just okay, I grab this one for that, I grab this one for the other thing, and you're good to go.
Exactly.
Just handy having a second camera ready for something else.
Yep. Roy, you're being thanked by Mike for saving him $2,400.
That's good. There's not a big difference between the Z lens 70 to 200 and the old one, but it's slightly better, but not enough to suddenly jump ship.
Yeah, I mean, I still have my 70 to 200 FLED VR F mount, and I'm not getting rid of it.
Lens as well.
I'm not going to get rid of it. It's a great lens.
I got 3 of them. Each model.
Each model. Oh yeah. So here's his manual was like a 15-page little book. Yeah, you need that other the other guide there. That's probably 100 and something pages. Well, it was like over 1,000 pages for the Z9, if I remember right. The reference guide for a Z9.
I never read the paper ones. I
was
just get
well
the
over 1,000 pages, and I read that at least 2 to 3 times. I read it cover to cover, believe it or not.
Yeah. It's good to have download the PDF and put it in
You
your
do a
phone.
search on the PDF one. It's
Yeah.
quicker.
Exactly, and have it in your phone, correct? Because it has happened to me. You try to do something and you don't remember, correct? So you can search in your PDF, get that directly. Actually, Steve Perry PDF also is good for that.
Much prefer the PDF.
Exactly.
I have a tablet dedicated to just PDF files.
Oh. David finally had the death of a battery this weekend.
Oh my God.
2 spare batteries for a Z8. The older one, built in 2011, died. Now he only has 1 spare.
Okay. Yeah, but those it's not the new one.
Unfortunately, they do not last forever.
Pity the Z8's fussy about batteries as well. Doesn't like version 1 of the battery. Actually, if he's upgraded the firmware, that could also be the problem. Because I found a lot of my very old Nikon batteries don't work anymore once I update the firmware. On Z9. They're very fussy about using old batteries and OEM batteries.
For all the this is a hot button issue, obviously, and my opinion has always been that I feel that it will happen. I just never felt it was going to happen right away. You had too many other gaps in the Nikon lineup, and that they had to fill. And the D500 was still a very viable camera. A lot of people still have the D500s. My friend has 2 D500s, and I do think this is going to happen, but I just don't. Well, someone made an interesting point. I forget. It might have been on Gray's live stream. I did listen to most of Gray's live stream. Somebody, either their live stream or somebody else's topic, they brought up a very good point, is that a lot of people, for some reason, now think that, okay, you're going to give me a D500 pro grade DX body for $1,500. It ain't going to happen. It's not going to be $1,500. Okay. The pro grade Fuji with 30 megapixels or whatever it is is like $3,000. Okay. So there is no logic in thinking that if you truly want, whether you want to call it a Z500 or a Z90 or whatever, doesn't matter what you want to call it, Joe's camera, doesn't matter what you call it, it's not going to be a $1,500 camera. And the problem that Nikon potentially can have is you got a lot of people that want that camera. But the question is, you want that camera at what price? What are you willing to pay for it? Because coming out with it isn't good enough. If they come out with it and it's $3,000 and everybody says, oh, that's way too expensive, Nikon just shot themselves in the foot. What's the point of doing it if everybody that wants it thinks they're going to get it for $1,500 or $2,000? Because I don't think you're going to get a quote unquote pro level DX body for even $2,000. It's not going to happen. You're getting a pretty darn good $2,000 camera with the ZF.
Exactly.
That's not a DX body, but if you want it to be a pro level for wildlife, you're going to want a higher frame rate. You're going to want some other things that you're not going to get with a ZF, and it's going to be more than $2,000. And so people have to be careful. People have to be more objective as to what they want and what they expect to get for their money, because Nikon's got to be real careful. They're not in the business to lose money. Okay.
Exactly.
I think the camera world's changed though. When the D500 came out, a full frame camera was still a very expensive piece of kit. And people could get a D500 and a 200 to 500 lens, and they got a whole wildlife system. Whereas I think that's all changed. I think you can't get a cheap DX camera now. It just wouldn't do the same job. You might as well get full frame.
And the question is,
they'll bring it out, but I can't see why.
And the reasoning, if we see all these cameras being announced, correct? The logical announcement is what Jeff have been saying, correct? C63 and C73 together, sometime in Q1, announcement Q1, new fiscal year for Nikon. So the question is, there is a lot of speculation about the C63, but is the C7 III is going to be the high megapixel camera?
Yeah.
Then you put it on DX mode, and then it will come almost like your DX camera, correct?
Well, here's the only thing that if you had a 61 megapixel, we'll just throw out 61 megapixels because everybody likes to say 61 megapixels,
well,
right?
because the sensor exists already.
But Sony has 61 megapixels,
Exactly.
so everybody says 61 megapixels. So if you throw a 61 megapixel camera and you full frame, you slap it in DX mode, you're going to be over 20. You're going to be probably 24 megapixels. You're going to be what you might be with a DX camera anyway.
Exactly.
So now, but the difference would be one of the reasons that a lot of people bought DX cameras, or several reasons they bought them. They were because they were lighter, they were smaller, they were better for travel, they were lighter, and if they bought, if they put the, they could take advantage of the crop factor to get the extra reach and buy a cheaper telephoto, a shorter telephoto, or a less expensive zoom, and with the crop factor, artificially, quote unquote, gain the field of view of a longer lens for a lot less money.
That's right.
And then if they bought DX specific DX lenses, typically they were lighter, smaller, cheaper. So if it all depends on what the DX crowd really wants in 2023. Are you still interested in DX lenses? Are you still really concerned about size and weight? Or are you only caring about the crop factor to give you that extra reach with existing glass or new glass? Because it is a tough thing for Nikon to decide to whether they do or not, especially if, like Gustavo says, if the Z7 III ends up being a 61, it will be, I think by all accounts, it's going to be a higher res camera than the Z9 or the Z8.
Exactly.
Because otherwise, I don't see the point of making the Z7 III. To be honest with you, I would just make a Z6 III and not make a Z7 III. You make a Z6 III and you make it a 30 megapixel, 33 megapixel sensor size, and you take a Z7 III and you make it a 61 megapixel sensor size, and you may be foolish enough to go higher than that, but I don't think that would be any benefit to do that. I think that would be a waste of money. That would be a marketing ploy more than a practical reason to do it. But yeah, I mean, you get that high megapixel camera, flip it in DX mode, and you're good.
The sensor, you can put a lot more data through quickly with a smaller sensor.
Yeah,
so they could achieve a good frame rate with a DX sensor.
Rakesh, the point that Rakesh made here, a 26 megapixel stack DX for 2,500 will sell well. Well, I can tell you a Z7 III that you can put on DX mode that give you 24 megapixel at 2,500.
But at what frame rate?
An option, because you have both full frame and DX at the same megapixels. I'm not against any of the camera. Like we have been talking about lenses. Options are always good.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, and you look at. I wish the ZF was 30 megapixels,
Mm-hmm.
at least 30, 33. Okay, but when you think about it, your it's going to be much better for low noise
Yeah.
because your pixel sizes are bigger.
And low
Because
light.
instead of being 24 megapixels on a DX size, an APS-C size sensor, 24 megapixels, it's 24 megapixels on a 35 millimeter size sensor.
Mm-hmm.
So your pixels are bigger, your signal to noise ratio is better. You're gathering more light out of each photon that's on that sensor, and you're going to get a lot of benefits for low noise, low ISO performance in poor lighting conditions, and that's like now you try the high end cameras, the Z8, Z9. Well, they're not horrible in low light,
Yeah.
but part of that is due to other technologies in the sensor
They are
and
compromised by the
and taking
sensor
advantage
side.
of the new AI, the denoise apps and stuff like that. But it's still not going to be the same as a lower megapixel full frame sensor is always going to have that special niche, that special spot. So in that respect, I'm kind of looking forward to the fooling around with that ZF when I get it. I'll shoot wildlife with it. I'll do what people say, oh, it's not meant for that. I'll do what David did. I'll put the 180 to 6 on it. I'll put the 800 PF on it. I'll shoot birds in flight, and I'll say, for everybody that thinks they got to wait for a Z6 III or a Z7 III as a backup to their Z9 or their Z8, I want to prove them wrong. I want to prove that a $2,000 camera is more than capable as a second camera for wildlife photography, even though it may not be designed for that particular thing. And I'm gonna try to prove to myself that it can be used for that and share that with everybody else.
Go away.
Those magpies, amazing. Yeah. But by the way, the question is whether the Z6 III and the Z7 III, if they happen, correct? John is saying don't hold your hope to of these cameras, but will they be shutterless? Correct.
I think a Z6 III might be a slightly higher megapixel count. I think that might be your 30 megapixel, 33 megapixel camera.
Mechanical shutter or not?
It depends where they price it. If it's going to be 2,500, I still think it won't be shutterless. If it's 2,750, maybe it would be, but at 2,500, I don't think it will be. But the thing is with I don't think the Z6 III is going to be. It makes no sense for Nikon to make a Z6 III be nothing more than a non-retro ZF. I think it will have a higher frame rate. I think it will have, at a minimum, I think it'll have 4K. Like the ZF does 4K 60, but it crops it when you're at 4K 60. If you're at 4K 30, it's full frame. It's the full sensor for 4K 30 on the ZF. But I think for the Z6 III, you're going to be able to do 4K 60 and 4K 120 probably with a Z6 III non-cropped. So I think it's going to be better in video than the ZF. I think it's going to have a little faster frame rate than a ZF, and maybe a slightly larger sensor than the ZF, because it has to have some differentiation with it, or it's not worth making that camera either. It has to be different enough and it won't be the retro look, because retro is nice. And the thing with the with the front and rear dials on the ZF is you could program to do the same thing that they do on a Z6. You're right. You could still. Roy's got raw meat. Watch out. Hope he doesn't live near the Crocs. Luckily.
Oh, shush.
Oh, the birds love them.
Now I've done it.
They're going to be living in your house now. They're going to come
I came in the other day. They did.
But there's going to be enough difference. I don't think the Z63 is going to be a non-retro looking ZF. That's my opinion. I don't think it's going to be the same.
So, Roy, before we continue with the camera discussion, do they go and peck on your window? Hey, Roy.
I did, yes, and they sing at the window till I feed them. They're lovely birds, but they're very persistent. But I don't think I'd like to see less shutters and things because less to go wrong. But
yeah,
it's amazing how well shutters still work.
Yeah.
No rolling shutter, and
I am.
well, hey, you still got the shutters and the lenses on the Hasselblads, and
yes.
they're fantastic. So old technology still works really well.
The synchronization up to 2K is brilliant.
Yeah.
Don't have to stay below 200 or 250.
Hey, John, tell the Nikon folks that they have to tune into the channel here. Tell them they got to watch the show. Tell them we got good people on this show.
And us.
Well, yeah, and us. Good people. And then we're like either a bonus or I don't know if we're a positive or a negative, but the people in the chat are a positive.
Yeah, I would have liked a CFE card on the ZF, but you can't be too fussy, can you?
Yeah. Oh, I would think that the Z6. That's the other thing that'll be different. The Z63 will not use a micro SD card
or SD card. I hope.
It may be like it may be one of those split ones where it's a CFEB and an SD. But I'd rather have it two CFEBs. But it'll probably be a split.
Yeah, but look at what Jim is talking. CF Express Type C.
That's
a monster.
It's not financially worth it right now. The cards are way too expensive. They're way too expensive. They're not worth it.
They occupy a lot of real estate, correct?
Yeah, and they're just the prices are stupid. There's no you don't need it. You don't need it. I mean, I know Chuck would be if Chuck's listening, he says, "But I want it." But you don't need it. In that case, I say you don't need it, and not at those prices. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I think it would be better to enable some external drive, correct? That you can connect SD card. External drive because I
think that's a good thing to make the USB for data as well. Exactly. To save video content directly to an SSD drive external.
Exactly.
But I'm not a big fan of embedding a hard drive in the camera. I know they did that with the Hasselblad. I don't think that's a good idea. I know everybody says that's a great idea. If it fails, you got to send your camera in, and they got to tear it apart. Why do you want that? Make it so it works with an external drive. You could pick any size external drive you want.
Exactly.
And you're good to go, because the only people that are going to need all that extra drive space, technically, most of them that don't want that are people shooting long videos. If you're shooting long videos, you're probably on a tripod. You can mount you can like with one of your strap demonstrations, Gustavo, you could strap the SSD somewhere on your tripod leg and run the cable up to the camera. You're good to go. You're good to go. That's the way to go. I mean, don't build it in the camera, in my opinion. Don't make it so if it fails, man, you got to send your camera in.
So let me ask you another question on your CF, on your new CF. I know you don't have it, but I'm sure you went through the channel. Did they use the same round eye cup like the C8 and the C9?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I don't think it's rectangular. I think it probably is round, but I will look right now and tell you.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Jim. I think this, 325 gigabyte, 500 gigabyte, 1 terabyte. Wow, and Type B are excellent.
It's round.
Yeah, it's round. It looks just like the. It looks like you could probably use the same Hoodman eye cup on it if you wanted to, that you use on the Z8 or the Z9.
Yeah,
it's
that's good.
round.
That's good because that means that you those you find that eye cups you can exchange it or they are ready available already. I like eye cups in my cameras. So
I like John's comment. This is kind of scary to say this. Don't hold your breath for a 6.3. I think you've got a lot of people holding their breath for a 6.3. I don't think that would be a smart move on Nikon's part to ignore that.
They're bring out DX soon because everyone wants one, whether they need it or not.
I think
Z50 is so old.
Yeah.
The only camera I could see you theoretically not doing is a Z7 III.
I had a Z7 II, and I got rid of it because as soon as I got the Z9, it's just.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're not going to make, if you're saying, and I don't necessarily, I kind of agree that the 45 to 50 megapixels range is your ideal sensor size for video and still imagery. You don't need to go higher than that. And the only purpose of doing a Z7 III is if you were trying to cater to landscape photographers, you slow it down and you play the game, you play the megapixels game, and you give them a 61 megapixel sensor or a 62 megapixel sensor. And then you go, okay, there you go. You got the resolution. It's made for landscapes and portraits and anything that you're going to take your time setting up and doing, and it's not going to have as fast of a frame per second rate or what have you, and that's your Z7 III. But your Z6 III, however, is an import. And if you're not going to do that, then I wouldn't make the Z7 III. And the Z7 III needs to be better card storage, minimum CFEB and an SD, if not 2 CFEBs. It needs to have non-cropped 4K 60 at a minimum, 10-bit, preferably up to 4K 120, non-cropped, and you need to have a faster frame rate and have a sensor that isn't too large for. I personally think the 40 something megapixel APS-C sensor on the Fuji is too much. I think that's a way overkill.
I think the Z7 is a good landscape camera, but if you increase your megapixels beyond 46 and that, you're going to get into diffusion, and most landscape people shoot f11 and you're well into diffusion and you're getting out with a very soft image.
Yeah. When I shot landscapes, I mean, I'm not doing focus stacking. I'm doing there were reading I did, and some of it was from Photography Life. I like Photography Life's articles personally. I like reading their commentary. I think they're very good. But all the years when I was very younger, they would say, okay, if you want to get a sharp image front to back, stop your lens down to f11, f16, focus a third of the way in on your image, and that's where you would focus. And if you stop it down to f11, f16, it'll be sharp front to back.
Yeah.
And it normally was.
Yeah.
And then I think Photography Life came out with a different spin on that shoot a third of the way in. And I tried their method, and that worked as well. Their method was, okay, let's say you got a 20 millimeter lens on your camera and you're setting it up on your tripod, and you sit there and you're looking at your scene and you say, okay, where do I want
Your focus.
maybe you're gonna crop it a little bit. So you say, where do I want the focus to start being sharp?
Exactly.
Okay, because now you got 20 millimeter, you got really a lot of image there, right? So maybe you say, I want it to be sharp 25 feet away from my tripod. I want it to start being sharp 25 feet away. So their rule of thumb was take the closest distance that you want it to be sharp and double it. So if you want it to be sharp at 25 feet away, put your focus point and focus at 50 feet away. And once again, stop down to F11, F16, and take your picture, and it'll be sharp front to back. And I've done that, and that works too. It is sharp front to back with no focus stacking at all. None.
The issue there, I mean, in the old DSLRs and in DSLR, is that we used to have, now we can program it, the depth of field preview button. Okay?
Yeah.
I actually like that, certainly when I doing macro and I still have a program, correct, on my C8 and my C9, but that's the game that you have to play, correct? So
Doesn't work the same either now.
I'm sorry?
Doesn't work the same.
No, actually, Roy,
It sort of works, but it sort of
works.
starts at about 5.6, and it's a bit strange.
No, but the depth of field. Okay, so the viewfinder, correct? It compensates for the depth of field to a point, up to a certain f-stop. But if you program it as a separate, it works like the DSLRs, correct? That you can see, put it f22, and you will see, but it doesn't go darker like it used to happen, correct? With the optical viewers, it works. It's a good thing. So if I'm doing macro or landscape, I like to have my depth of field preview.
I'm more interested in what's on the lens, where you got the actual full depth of field marked on the lens that you've focused at.
Exactly. But the issue here is that you're saying is, obviously, again, these are balances, compromises, correct? Mm-hmm. Because diffraction is going to be a problem. So you go with a high megapixel, so you get the diffraction dilemma. But then on the other hand, you can go with wider aperture, or go with the perspective corrected lenses, okay? So that you can change the plane of field to what you try to photograph. So I think landscape photographers that want the high megapixel may have to gravitate back to PC lenses just to avoid diffraction.
Well, I used to shoot at f16 a lot, and I never had a problem.
Well, but it was.
Yeah, but then megapixels, it's a problem.
But you were using 30 megapixel camera, correct?
Or film.
Exactly, or film.
Yeah. But you gotta look at the lens technology so much better now.
Oh, sure.
That I don't think at f16 that some will say, oh, you hit f11, you don't want to go past f11, and I think you can go to f16. I think if you start going, obviously you start going f32, that's a whole different ball of wax. But
exactly. F16 on a 60 megapixels pretty a little softer.
Yeah. But Greg, congratulations on your. You sure you want to say this? She knows that she'll know that you're making her the gift, because you just put it on the stream. That might not be a good idea, but I beat you by a few years, my friend. I just celebrated on October 2nd my 41st wedding anniversary, so I'm 30 years ahead of you, buddy. So I have 30 more years of pain and suffering. Did I say that? Anniversary's tomorrow, he says.
We'll tell your wife.
So J Rod's asking you what the green thing is behind your head, Roy.
It's why am I out of focus? Keeps doing that. It's a green screen that I was going to set up, but I was too lazy.
He's doing the Hollywood thing, J-Rod, where he could put any. He has the green screen, and then he could create any background that he wants to show when he's videoing himself here. He can have dinosaurs behind him or whatever he wants.
I just haven't put it away or set it up. I'm in between the two stages.
Well, Jeff and Leslie, have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Have a safe drive tomorrow. Do not go too fast. Take it easy. Take it slow, and be safe. And well, there's the thing here, and I agree with David to a certain extent. It depends on what you're shooting.
Yeah.
The problem is you're not gonna have. Although somebody reported that the buffer speeds are actually pretty darn good.
Buffering inside the camera better.
Yeah, it's really not that bad, but yeah, it's yeah. I mean, that's an Achilles heel, but for what it's aimed at, it's still better than. We'll put it this way: it's still better than some other brands that only have one SD card slot, and they only have one slot. So it is nice to have.
Not much, only a little bit better.
It's nice to have. It's nice to have that overflow capability if you need it, even if it's on a micro SD. Because I was shocked how many the storage capacity on those micro SDs is pretty impressive. I didn't think
the same as an SD card. Most SD cards are just a micro SD mounted inside a SD card, like you would if you slide it into the top of an adapter.
Yeah.
But I agree with some people that say that they want to take it out. Those little things, I have some cameras that they have them so tiny, so easy to drop them and disappear.
The thing is with this, J-Rod, what you're saying is that you don't need that level of speed. People are shooting 8K without any problem with CFEB cards. Why do you need a Type C? I mean, most people don't. I mean, if you're not doing it professionally, and making bucks doing it, your typical high-end amateur does not need to spend that kind of money on the cards. I mean, there's no reason for it. I mean, that once again, that's a marketing thing. Okay, that's a marketing thing. If they don't keep trying to convince you that something new that comes out is the greatest thing since apple pie with ice cream on top, then you're not going to keep spending money. So all the camera manufacturers come out with a widget or a feature that they are going to promote, and get you to switch brands or get you to buy another body. And I've said it many times before. When I was late teens and I went to a Nikon photo session, they handed out the Nikon handbook, and they were talking to you about how to set up your camera and everything. All the pros in that day that were there, that were teaching and doing a class with you, they were like three generations behind with the camera bodies. A lot of these pros are still shooting DSLRs. They're not even shooting mirrorless.
I'd say 2/3 of them still are.
Yeah, where are the ones that say? We're the ones that are saying, "Oh, get with the program. You got to get the latest and greatest." Well,
that's an micro SD with adapter. But micro SD is actually built into most new SD cards.
Exactly. So you can see they're already made like that, correct?
Yeah.
This is for the reading, but you can see that little thing goes inside there, and then it goes to the camera. Right? So these little things are very powerful to begin with, because, like Roy was saying, they are at the heart of these cards anyway. But
that's the heartbeat of the card.
So how much fun you had putting it in as well.
Now the thing is that these disappear, right? These are so tiny. I drop them.
You sneeze, it's gone.
Exactly.
Let's see. Yeah, J-Rod saying now you can connect an SSD drive to your iPhone 15.
Why?
Yeah.
You could do that before though, but with an adapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Farwell. I have not seen Chuck show up tonight. I did not contact his spouse earlier in the week. Shame on me. Normally she'll say, "Oh yeah, we'll be on Saturday night," and I didn't contact them this week, so I was bad. But yeah, I have not seen him tonight. So, but it's not. I'm sure it's not a health issue, folks. So don't assume it's anything to do. His health is
Just a bit boring.
And we're probably putting him to sleep, and I don't think he could stay up as long as we can talk for. So, there's what John's saying.
At least they're not CF Express Type A.
Yeah, I never understood why Sony has to be the oddball out, but
Ruined a lovely camera.
I mean, you come out with an A1 and you have all these video specs, and then basically you have a card that actually restricts the capability of your camera, because the card it's cost prohibitive. It doesn't have as much storage capability, and it's not as fast. So you handcuff yourself. You have good specs on the camera, and you handcuff yourself with the card. And I don't understand why they would do that, because Sony, Sony's a smart company. They're not idiots. I don't know why they did that.
Do some strange things though, don't they?
Yeah. This is not going to make people happy. If I know you said you're with the Nikon guys now, and if you're hearing it directly from them, I'm going to hear a lot of boos coming through the chat, because I do think there is a fairly sizable market for this type of camera, but I think you have to do the Z6 III, the Z7 III. You get those out, then you probably got to do like a Z5 II. You got a few of the lower end Nikon bodies now that don't compete with the lower end bodies from the other manufacturers. So you probably have to take a few of those lower end bodies, and you have to, as Emerald Lagasse would say, you got to kick it up a notch. Okay, you got to kick it up a notch.
Well, Z50 is ancient now.
Yeah.
It's due for a replacement.
Yeah, Albert, you absolutely right. And I was talking earlier, maybe before you came on in the chat, is that if people expect a D500 replacement, and it won't be a D500 replacement any more than the Z9 was a D850 replacement. The D850, as well as the D500, are in terms of video, are pretty much worthless. Okay, they were never very good. So that when everybody says, "Oh, it's got to be an exact D850 replacement," no, it's not going to be a D850 replacement. It's going to be better than a D850. You're not going to get an exact D850 replacement, nor in today's marketing and what's out there in the open market for the cameras. You wouldn't want a D850 replacement. It wouldn't sell. You got to have something better than a D850.
I think they're looking for the same type of camera.
And they did that. So
Z8,
people got to give up on that D850 replacement or D500 replacement, because it won't be a D500 replacement. It will be better than a D500.
It's if they even do it.
If they choose to do it. Yeah, I think it's more if they choose to do it, because we could complain about stuff, and you can have people that want to get on the bandwagon and say, I'm the savior for all those disgruntled Nikon APS-C D500 users that are PO'd at Nikon for not having a replacement. and you can sell yourself as the guy that's going to force Nikon to make a change. In reality, we're not going to force Nikon to do anything that Nikon doesn't want to do. So we could all be as PO'd as we want to be, and it isn't not going to matter. It's not going to matter. It has to make sense. It's from them from a strictly a financial point of view. If the money doesn't add up, they're not going to do it.
And decisions that were taken 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's a marketing strategy that have been rolling off for quite a while. We have Eva leaving here, Jeffrey, and we got Mr. Tim Mossman coming in, teasing us with something. With the
Is he? Ava, have a good night. And I'm behind on the chat. I'm trying to keep up. Yeah, pack for your trip tomorrow. Have a great time. I mean, see your mom. Have a great time with your mom. Family is everything. Time is short. Enjoy your time with family. That's very important.
And we want to see photo from Dorset.
Maribel told David says Maribel told him that Chuck's daughter is visiting, so he's spending time with her, not us. Absolutely more important than us. So
He's got good taste.
Yes, he does. He has good taste. And Mazman says, "Boo! It's not Halloween yet, Maz. Not quite."
He's talking about the DX.
Oh, the DX.
I think a DX camera is worth. It has to be really cheap and have a good lens for wildlife for people to buy it. I think those days may have gone. Full frame's so cheap now compared to DX that why would you?
Where's the M&Ms? J-Rod says, "Where's the M&Ms?" J-Rod's, and I know you have one. J-Rod's asking you if you have a tilt lens. I'm sure you do.
I have 4.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, so he doesn't have one, J-Rod. He's got 4.
I used to shoot products. You use tilt shift for product photography to drop the focus plane where you want it instead of it being straight in front of the camera.
Since the Mozman is on, I'm going to share a photo with you.
But not in the green room, correct?
He's not in the green. He's not in the green room. Well, he's not. He's not feeling well. He's been not feeling the best lately, and I know he just had a big entertaining day with some family, and so he's probably pretty worn out right now. So I won't stress him because he probably looks frazzled and he doesn't want to come on live and show.
He said that he's coming in. He said that he's coming in.
He's going to come in and show his frazzled self. Well, I'm going to embarrass myself for the sake of the show, since we're down to 27 people. We've lost a few here. About 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
3 weeks ago, I met, and here we are, Mozman.
He's been nuked.
He has that alien look to him. It's that lighting. That lighting. I think he got captured. He's in a UFO right now. He's been beamed up.
Exactly.
Have they probed you yet, Tim?
Oh, brother. I don't know where this is going.
Well, he might not know where this is going. If he's on a UFO, he definitely doesn't know where it's going.
And Joe said that he's going to join us in 6 minutes. He just go home.
So, hello, Tim. Nice to see you. I hope you're feeling a little better and you survived the day. You had a lot of cooking to do.
Yeah, I've been cooking all day, actually. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Yeah, I had a house full today, so yeah.
I was going to share that embarrassing photo you took of me when we got together 3 weeks ago.
No.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Yes, I'm going to share it because, as you know, that I now have my nickname in South Carolina is Sad Jeff. So everybody knows me as Sad Jeff.
So is that your superhero name, Jeff?
That's that's my superhero. If you come near me and I touch you, you are instantly sad and you start crying.
Yes.
So that's how I beat the bad guys. I make them cry so much they can't do anything. They can't shoot me. They can't stab me. They just cry. They just sit there and cry. So I was desperate for making new friends, and so I made a new friend, and it was nice because this new friend didn't criticize me, didn't give me a hard time, didn't pick on my clothes, didn't say I didn't look good, that I didn't shave that day. So I met a new friend, and Tim was nice enough to capture an image of me and this new friend. So I will share that with you guys, because when you get a friend like this, I'll tell you, it's very, very special. So I think it needs to be shared on the screen. And he's pretty, he's up to my shoulder height almost, which is pretty good.
And for a gnome, he looked a little bit sad too.
Well, that's what happens when Sad Jeff touches you. So don't let him touch you.
Yeah, Sad Jeff touches you. Even the gnomes cry. I can even make a gnome cry.
His mouth worries me.
Now, what I didn't do is I didn't want to do it because I don't want to get in trouble with the park. But that's where I would try to hang the camera on the gnome, But with my luck, I'd chip the paint on it or something, and I'd be liable for the statuette and have to pay a lot of money or whatever. So I didn't do it. But I always have those crazy things, pop in my head and think that it would be a good idea to do it, and usually it's not a good idea to do it. Wayne wants to know if it's the after effect of too much extra rays from the eclipse. Yeah. John, great legs, Jeff. Yeah, okay, since you're gonna say a comment about my legs, when I first moved down to South Carolina, even in the summertime, I always wore long pants. I'm a blue jeans guy, right? So I always wore blue jeans. So my wife would get on me and she'd say, look, it's, 95 degrees and humid and you're wearing long pants and you're the only idiot down here wearing long pants. And she says, you gotta wear shorts. And I think you got good looking legs. I want to see your legs. And I'm like, I did not succumb to the shorts until I was maybe down here for 3 years. And then I started wearing shorts in the summertime, and I would just say to the wife, okay, are you happy now? You can see my legs and make you feel better. It's like, okay.
Whatever. I don't know how you survived 3 years with that humidity in jeans.
Yeah. I just wore jeans all the time. I mean, that's.
But also a proof that you have a good wife that complimented your legs.
Well, she's lying, of course. I don't have good legs, but she's nice enough to lie about it. Me and the gnome have the same size feet. I think I outdo his feet. I got size 13 shoes, so I might be bigger. I don't know. I might be bigger, but I got a few other tidbits of amazing tales and of photography tales. And if you are silly like me and Tim and a lot of us that go to Nikon Rumors a lot or other rumor channels a lot, if you go on Nikon Rumors right now, you're going to be deluged with a ton of software manufacturers coming out with new versions of software for their products. What I found interesting is I'll rattle off a handful of them here. Topaz Labs has a video AI package version 4 coming out on October 17th. So that's coming out in 3 days. And they have a limited time offer, $50 off plus 3 months free. So with the discount, it costs $249 with 12 months of weekly updates. And then they tack on an extra 3 months of free updates on top of that. So that's $249 for a video AI software package. And I haven't looked into it. I mean, I know my friend Bob from Bob R Photos said, Jeff, I want you to talk about AI tonight. And I said, why do you want me to have a riot on the show? And because it will definitely cause a riot. But my friend Bob mentioned a few things to me that I know I'm getting off topic here, but it was very upsetting. Really, is apparently there are a handful of new YouTube content creators, and I'm going to use the term content creator very loosely, that are like cranking out like 60 videos like crazy, popping out video after video after video, and it's all AI stuff. Okay,
Wow.
they're not photographers that are physically taking a picture. There's someone that goes into Chat GPT and says, "Tell me about ospreys diving for fish," or whatever. So Chat GPT puts together a whole set of context that you could use as a storyline. And then apparently there's some other software package that's an AI package that works with Chat GPT and will find you a whole bunch of images of ospreys with fish in their claws diving for fish. So there's these content creators, and I use that term loosely, as I said, that are out there getting a lot of views. I mean, a lot of views, basically making money off of YouTube instantaneously, and they're doing all AI stuff. They're not photographers out there in the field getting rained on, getting salt water in their eyes, waiting 3 hours for the bird to do something, or waiting for the bison to stab somebody at Yellowstone who gets out of their car and gets too close or whatever. And they're basically doing hardly any work at all. They're just taking advantage of the AI technology, and they're cranking out videos like crazy. And they're they're getting close to 1 million views or something crazy, and they're making money off of YouTube. And so he told me about that, and the hair raised up on my back a bit, and I just said, I think if you do that, it needs to be, it should be mandatory that you have to say that that the content you're creating is AI driven. I mean, it should be no different than if you're entering a photo in a photo contest. You have a lot of restrictions as to how much you could do in Photoshop with a photo if it's in a photo contest and stuff like that. And you have to say what you've done to the image, or you have to meet a certain guideline. And if you're just going to be cranking out content that's all AI driven, and you didn't go out there and actually put a lens on a camera and take a picture, I think you should be required to state that up front in your video, so everybody knows that, yeah, this video is going to look phenomenal, but I didn't really do anything other than use AI. I mean, or you
could, but you can still tell the difference.
It's just, yeah, but it's sad. You got people that are trying to do everything honest, and they don't get very many views, and you got somebody that plays that kind of a game, and all of a sudden, boom, they're making money.
Well, clicks. YouTube want clicks, and these people want clicks. That's that is something. A good confluence of interest there. I think Wayne made a good comment. Correct, that on that area there. This is all about follow the money.
Yeah. Well, it's just sad that all I can say is you're never going to see that from me. Not going to happen.
You have to use your magic touch.
I'm going to make no money the old-fashioned way. Joe, you found the link? You found the link, Joe?
Walmart.
Hey Jeff, did you get your ZF?
Well, that was a little bit of a story in the beginning due to a credit card issue, but I should be getting it at the end of the week.
Sounds like a no.
What about yours, Tim?
I have not ordered one yet.
Okay.
I'm going to get you guys chat. I'm going to send a link to Joe.
Ah,
I'll send a link to Roy's birds too. They might want to join.
Sounds like it, doesn't it?
I don't know if
Joe's
you can
here.
see, but
Found it,
I
Joe.
still haven't taken the plastic off of this lens yet.
oh,
Leave it on
I
it,
was just
annoys
getting my
people.
sound set here. Can you guys hear me okay?
yes.
Yeah, we could hear you. We could hear you now.
Awesome.
Now you're gonna rub it in and tell us how you had filet mignon for dinner and lobster tails.
I did have steak frites. They were pretty darn good.
But you're back in Canada, correct? So that's your regular studio. No more California
back
life
home.
for you.
Sorry, Gustavo.
No more California life for you.
No, it's back to cold old Calgary. No, it's good to be back. I got back about 4 days ago now, so it was a short work week in Canada. Thanksgiving is in early October there, so had Thanksgiving with the family. That was good, and tried to cram 2 weeks worth of work into 4 days, so it was a tough one.
You do your street photography thing?
Yeah, I did. So we had that this morning. We had about 40 people at the camera store that came in person. We had about 300 people attend the online stream. So yeah, it was a ton of fun. A good turnout. We had some really, really great photographers kind of come and ask questions and stuff like that. You know, it's a really strong community for sure that the store has. So it was a really cool experience.
I didn't get
well, now that you're famous, I'm going to have to pull you on the big screen. Okay. So now that you're well known, now that you're world renowned, right? You're world renowned.
I wish.
What do you guys give thanks for in Canada on Thanksgiving? That you're not American?
Yeah. Oh God, I was going to say anything, but no. I mean, Thanksgiving for us is very similar to the U.S., right? Like it's honestly pretty much the same, just different dates, right? We do Black Friday and stuff like that because people love shopping. But aside from that, it's just a little bit earlier on. But I do love American Thanksgiving because then I get to watch football all day and I have an excuse to not socialize with anyone. I'm just like football only. Don't have a team to cheer for because Brady retired, so it's a little difficult, but it's good.
Do you eat goose instead of turkey?
Oh yeah, got to get yourself a goose and you write yourself a polar bear to go hunting for it.
Okay.
You know, do you guys remember that bit from Jim Carrey back in like the 90s when he first moved to LA? And he was like, man, you know, when I first moved to LA, when I told Americans I was from Canada, it was like I was from Mars. They'd be like, Canada? It gets cold up there. Yes. Me and my friend Tanuk build an igloo to protect ourselves from flying hockey pucks. And then we eat donuts and go ice fishing.
Let me tell you one thing here, Joe, and I'm glad that Mr. Stewart is not here listening. But when I first start traveling to Canada, regular to Calgary, I get a kick just because it's like America, but a little bit different. So it's like a bizarro land. Suddenly you have the same program, but different, slightly different tones. So it was like, okay, it's almost like the United States, but not so. More polite.
Yeah.
More polite.
In a way, yeah, exactly. I think, honestly, there's more similarities than there are differences, for sure, between Americans and Canadians. I think the biggest difference I find is the customer service and sort of the expectations, right? I think every country's kind of got like their preferred way. Oh, David Stewart's here. He's listening. And a real Nikon lover wants to be young again.
It gets me that you get there and then you have, I don't know, Shark Tank. Although a lot of the Shark Tank hosts are Canadians to begin with, but you have Shark Tank and then it's the same format, exactly the same, only different character. Okay? So and you guys get both because you get the except in Calgary, you get some of the station from Spokane, Washington, and the Canadian, so you can watch the same program in different versions.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's kind of weird. And then I mean, like honestly, like CBC pushes a lot of Canadian content, but there's like not that much, so it's always kind of tricky because they're like pushing some shows that you're like, man, like this is bad. Like this is really bad. Like even for public access, this is bad. Like
so does Roy? Do you and Roy have to do your countries have soap operas that are like soap opera shows that are
Oh my God.
Australian, or soap opera shows that are Canadian soap opera shows, or do you end up
Oh, yeah.
watching the
I
American?
do avoid them as much as I can, though.
Yeah. I tell you one thing: the most, I mean, what is that soap opera in England that actually was a Canadian, Australian soap operas, Neighbours or something like that.
Oh,
And,
yes.
and
And
the
like
and
that
the
10 kilometers down the street.
exactly, and those the soap
never
operas
forget
in the UK, they have the same opera that have been the soap opera that have been going on for the last 50 years since they basically BBC became a public service there. I'm sorry, guys.
No, like Coronation Street. Like how many years did
Exactly.
Coronation Street run? Like
I
60
managed
years
never
or
to
something
see it.
crazy? Yeah, I wish we had Canadian soap operas. We used to have like Corner Gas, which was like, actually no, I think that probably the best show I've watched in the last like year is this one called oh god, Letterkenny, and it's about this small little town in Ontario, and it's about like the fights between like the farmers that live there and the hockey players. It's pretty funny, but it's you gotta like Canadian humor to like it.
Yeah. But let me tell you one thing: here in Colorado, we're getting commercials about macaroni and cheese for Bob Evans. So you guys are conquering here in the United States.
Hey, there we go.
Sorry,
I
guys,
love it.
we are deviating away from camera, and
Well, it's all right. We zig and zag, but we get back to the middle eventually.
exactly.
Exactly.
The some other software things that were on Nikon Rumors, because it was full of software stuff, was Luminar Neo has a sale, 30% off. If you go to Nikon Rumors and you put in Rumors 30, you get 30% off. Only up till today, you know, and you've got until you've got 34 minutes to buy it if you want to save money. They have a whole bunch of different plans. They got one-time lifetime purchase on sale for $269 versus normally $599, and then they have different monthly plan options that you could choose from for Luminar Neo for those that are Luminar fans. ON1 Photo Raw 2024 is coming out soon. There's a list of key features listed on Nikon Rumors for those of you that have ON1. Adobe Lightroom Classic update. They got an October release, version 13.0, which I think is already out because my friend Bob sent me a YouTube video which I haven't had a chance to watch yet, that has a guy talking about all the improvements they made. I'm still running on version 12.5, so they came out with a version 13.0 that I haven't put on my computer yet. But one thing it fixed was tethering issues with the Z9 version 4 firmware, and it had a bunch of other updates, which I think were pretty significant. They added some new features. I think they added some. He was describing some of it to me, and it sounded like they were adding some features where you could change effects to specific parts of an image. You know, kind of like, I know the like the Nikon software. They have a. I'm trying to think of what they called it. I used to use Nikon software.
The U something.
The U point technology.
Viewpoint, exactly.
Control point technology or something like that, where you would have like a dot that you can move around on a subject's face or on a particular part of the scene, and you can adjust your shadows, your blacks, your whites, your shadows, your contrast, everything in a very small area, and you could expand it, make it as big as you want. So it almost sounded like they might have added a feature, something like that, in the latest version of Lightroom, which if they did, that would be fantastic, because sometimes you don't want to apply an effect to the whole image. You only want to do it on one part of the image.
But masking is so good now, right?
Yeah.
It's so some of those things. So you put a layer or a mask on. It's but I used to like that U point. It was very good, but
Yeah. ACDC Photo Studio 2024 now supports the Z8 RAW files, and other Nikon cameras and Nikon Rumors provides you with a list of cameras that are supported by that software. And they also had a picture on their page comparing the size of the new 600 PF to the 600 F4 with the TC and the new 180 to 600. And needless to say, the 600 PF is smaller and lighter than all those other lenses, which should not be a shocker to anybody. And obviously, the 600 PF is available for pre-order. I'm sure everybody knows that already.
Should sell well. Looks a great lens.
100%.
The Venus Optics announced the release of a Laowa 8 to 16 millimeter f3.5 to 5 CF ultra wide zoom for the Z mount, but it's APS-C cameras. It's $549, and I'm assuming it's a manual focus lens because it didn't say it was autofocus. And that same lens also shows up on the Fuji Rumors page and on the Sony Rumors page, because that same lens is also available for their mounts for their cameras as well. I think someone in here might have asked a question. I don't know if anybody knows anyone who has it or tries it. The new Tamron 150 to 500 millimeter f5 to f6.7 lens for Z mount is now available for pre-order, and it's $1,199. So it's and it uses a linear autofocus motor, which a lot of the Sony lenses use linear motors in them versus stepping motors that Nikon uses. I did a fair amount of research on the difference between linear and stepper motors, and the bottom line is one might be slightly better than the other for a certain thing or whatever, but when you put it all together, they're pretty darn close to the same. So they may all try to.
I wish they brought in more of those voice call motors.
I don't know. You got to wonder if they're ever going to do voice coil motors again, or if people got freaked out because of the warnings. If you have a pacemaker, don't use it. And now they all got all shook up over that. I don't know. I don't know.
But that's
I had someone at work that had a pacemaker one time, and I was
didn't get to test it.
at the time I was a test rig designer, and somebody went to a manufacturing engineer, which I was prior to doing test rig design, and a manufacturing engineer came to me and said, so and so who has a pacemaker thinks we got to put signage up around this machine because he thinks it could cause a problem with his pacemaker. So, they made a real big deal out of it. And I looked into it and, did a lot of research, called the manufacturer. I might even talk to some medical professionals or whatever. I did a lot of research on it, and basically it was just a person was just being overly paranoid. There wasn't going to be anything that was going to happen to him unless he decided to lay on top of the machine for half the day or something. If he walked by the machine, it was not going to cause his pacemaker to go nuts. So I basically politely refused to put any signage. I says we have, you're funny when you work for a company that does manufacturing. Part of the continuous improvement program, or whatever you want to call it, that they would do is they felt like they had to put signage everywhere. Signage on, make sure, wear your safety glasses, make sure the machine is set for this if you're doing that, and be careful of this and be careful of that. And I would say after a while, I'd say, guys, every time somebody makes a mistake, you feel you have to add another sign, and that's your response to how to make sure somebody doesn't make a mistake, is add another sign. I says, eventually you have a machine that has so many stickers and signs all over it
You can't find the machine.
that nobody reads any of them anymore because it's just all covered up like wallpaper. It's like you lose the emphasis of a sign because you've got carried away and you have too many signs. So I tried to get them to be more responsible and say, put a sign for the critical things that if somebody doesn't do it, they could get hurt, where they can get hurt. Stuff for informational purposes, that's what you have manuals for. That's what you write manuals for. And you can flag stuff out in the manual. You don't have to put a sign up for everything. Well, yeah, industry is funny. If you've worked in industry before, it's crazy. And a few last more things is Nikon has a sale on the Z8 with additional $200 in savings for each lens you buy, up to 3 lenses. So if you buy 3 lenses, okay, we got to drag you over now with that.
Well, speaking of Monty Python.
Wow.
I like it.
It's actually pretty good. If you ever see it, it's worth trying.
Oh, it's a
now. Did you illegally smuggle that can over in your suitcase when you came back?
I didn't have to.
You didn't have to.
I can get it like a mile away from my house.
So, Tim, is that one of those that has the special canister at the bottom to make a foam like the Boddington or?
No. I know what you're talking about. No.
The Guinness and Boddington, they put that special.
The little ball.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that when you open it, then it foam the beer.
Yeah.
That reminds me though. Do you guys know the ending? Remember in the Holy Grail from Monty Python, it just kind of ends abruptly. And I was trying to figure out, like a while back, I was curious why they did that. It turned out that the guy who was the main lead actor went on a bender halfway through the shooting of the movie, and he drank through the entire second half of the budget for filming. So that's why they had to end it the way they did, was they had no money left to actually end it the way they intended to.
Sounds about right.
Oh yeah.
We got 23 people in here. Well, it's only 11:30, so the night is young for this crowd. I mean, we have been running pretty routinely till 2:00 in the morning, and then when we hit about, I'd say 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, 1:00. 12:30 a.m. Eastern time, or 1:00 a.m. Eastern time. Sometimes we get the very early wake up people from parts of Europe that might pop in and say hello. Unfortunately, we don't do the Wednesday show for them. Which
we can still talk eclipse. It's the topic of the day.
This is Gustavo's Eclipse ND filter, which blocks off so much light the camera doesn't even record anything.
16.6 stops.
16.6 stops.
Wow.
So anyway, if you're into the Z8 and you want to buy lenses, $200 a piece, $200 off, basically creating your own kit, and up to 3 lenses. So you buy 3 lenses with a Z8, you'll get $600 total off. If you're starting out and you got the money to buy 3 lenses, knock yourself out.
It doesn't include the planner.
Yeah, I'm sure there's specific exceptions to the rule, right, Roy? As they say, exceptions to the rule.
I wish that was retroactive.
Something that some people might be interested in, and I started looking on it tonight, and it's like, it's a good deal, but it's like, it's all stuff that you have to stream, and you have to do it within I think 1 year's time. And if you don't do it within a year, you got to pay an extra fee every month to be able to continue to access it. They've got that 5-day deal photography bundle, which is a lot of creators who have course material.
Oh, that's the Nissi, huh?
Exactly.
Okay.
Is that 95? What size is that? 82, 95?
95. That's actually for the 500 PF and the 180 to 200 to 600.
Okay.
That's what I use today.
Does Nissi make a square filter?
I don't know. I was actually looking for that because I wanted to use those, not so much in the eclipse today, but next year eclipse, which is a total eclipse.
Yeah.
So this I have some mailer filters that I have made before, but this having a glass filter much better. And it doesn't give you any color, so it's truly a neutral density one.
I actually just got a little variable ND in the mail today when I was going out to California. I took my ZV-1 with me for the first time, and I was like, man, I want to get the wide angle and I want to get a variable ND. Well, the wide angle came, but the variable ND I ordered off AliExpress, so it took way, way longer, but now I can just screw it on and it's good. It's very tiny.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a variable ND that because I don't use it a lot. I mean, I have some fixed ND filters, but I got a variable one so that if I'm doing streams or waterfalls or something, I could do or even ocean waves early in the morning, and I want to have the ocean creamier looking. I use it for that, but I don't use it a ton. It's like a once in a while thing. But this deal bundle I was talking about briefly here is money goes to charity. So it's like Mac Ranger has some of his content packages that he sells that are part of the bundle, and there's three packages available. They got and it's all stuff content and learning courses on everything from Photoshop tips to starting a photography business, to landscape photography, specific types of photography, and it's all learning tutorials that are on streams that you download to your computer and watch. And so you get one of the bundles is normally $2,000 if you bought everything separately, and you can get it for $98. A pro bundle adds more content. It would normally be $3,376, and you get it for $130. You get that bundle and the main bundle for $137. And you can buy the complete charity bundle, supposedly worth $5,525, for $166, which includes the main bundle, the pro bundle, and the charity bundle. So you get a whole bunch of stuff for not a lot of money. And I know Mac Ranger has it on his website, I'm sure, and it's on Nikon Rumors as well. You can look and see what those bundles are. It's a limited time only. I think it's only for maybe a couple more days. But if you're have an interest in learning about new types of photography, or learning some new skills, or enhancing your skills that you already have, it's not a lot of money to get a lot of information, and you may find it worthwhile doing it. And the money, a portion of the money does go to charity. So it's a really cool thing. So it's worth checking out. And,
maybe I should take a second, if it's okay with you guys, to plug my course. None of the money goes to charity; it all goes to me. But I got a new street photography course I just dropped today. 2 days ago. So if you guys are looking for an enthusiastic guide to getting into street photos and not a masterclass, check out my website. It's on there.
Well, Joe, somebody told us you were a charity case.
I mean, I know my fiance comes onto the show every now and then, but oh god,
I'll have to put a thing on the bottom that says wedding fund for Joe. Please buy his course.
But Joe, tell us a little bit more. What is it? So and how much is
Yeah,
it?
sure, Gustavo. Yeah, sure.
Let's give him a.
We'll give you a free plug. We'll even put you on the big screen
exactly.
again.
Make
Look
it
at
big.
Screen. All right. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, as you guys know, I spent a lot of time living overseas, and for me, street photography was kind of what got me to know my camera, right? Like I started out shooting the D7100. It was great, but I never really knew the difference even between an aperture and a shutter speed until I sold it, and I got a Fuji X-T20, but couldn't afford a autofocus lens, so I had to keep adapting old M42 lenses and stuff like that. So yeah, I just started out shooting street while I was living in Seoul. Did that for about 2 years, and definitely learned what not to do, and learned a lot about just the different situations you'll encounter, right, with people. It's a very random and chaotic environment to work in. I love it. I think it's still my favorite form of photography because no place you ever go to will ever be the same, right? Day over day, even just your walk to work, you can take a moment and do it. And I think it's also one of the ones where no matter what camera you have with you, even if it's just a little camera, pausing and getting that photo is fun. So really the course is broken down into safety, route planning, composition. My buddy Austin goes into more street photos of people, how to handle that safely. And then I'm more focused on cityscape. So yeah, it's just, kind of a crash course in terms of what our process is. And, it's not meant to be a masterclass. It's more of something to motivate you to get you out shooting rather than being the way I usually am, where I'm just watching amazing street photographers, right? I think that's something we get caught up in the social media space. There's so many great content creators like, oh man, I can't do that. Well, it's like, have you tried? Have you gone out to shoot? Just start out with your walk to work, take your camera with you and pause a couple times and see what there is to see. You might be surprised. And it's one of the cool things about that is you can turn the mundane into something extraordinary, right? If you look at it from a different angle in a different way that others don't.
Did you delete the chapter on how to fly your drone into a crowd and get away with it? Did you take that out?
I did share my story about nearly being arrested by. Well, yeah. Did I ever tell you guys my story about the Korean military and my drone?
No.
Okay, do you guys remember?
Enlighten us. And how many years did you serve in the prison system?
Yeah, right. So yeah, living in Seoul, there's a lot of rules for certain things, but at this stage, like I was just getting into droning, right? Like I didn't really have a background in it. And I think sometimes when you first start out doing something, you don't have sort of the common sense of there's going to be rules for this and I need to look that up. I didn't. I had that liberal arts confidence. I was like, man, I could fly this thing wherever, as long as it's not near a military building or a government building or an airport. So I was hiking up this mountain one day, seemed completely fine, popped my drone up for 5 seconds. And I just, sometimes as a photographer, you get that gut feeling of like, I should not be doing this. This is wrong. So I did get that feeling and I brought it right back. And I was like, okay, cool, whatever. Hike to the top of the mountain. A guy comes up behind me, taps you on the shoulder. He was like maybe 20 years old. He says, hey, are you drone? And I'm like, yes, I am drone. He's like, military base right there. We go now. So then him and 30 soldiers walked me down the mountain. And then they went back to the exact same spot I'd flown in. We had to wait for these military police officers in Humvees to roll up. They come up. They're like, okay, we need to refly your drone. So we had to refly the drone like 3 times, the exact same flight path. And then they sat down, they were going through the footage and talking and stuff. And then finally one of them comes over, and like, this was the coolest thing, was like the fact they were trying to talk to me in English. I did not expect that, right? I'm in Korea. I should be speaking Korean. I was terrible at Korean. So they were really putting in the effort. And the guy comes over, he says, okay, first things first, we've decided you are not North Korean. And I'm like, okay, party on. We've got that going for me. They say, number 2, we've decided to not arrest you today. Here is the app you're supposed to use for flying your drone safely. And I'm like, oh, there's an app. They're like, yeah. And then one of them looked at me, and in Korean, he was like, dumb white guy. And I was like, I know, I'm sorry. I should have researched it. So got away with one there, but it definitely made me more passionate about learning the rules. And that's why on my channel, I talk a lot about drone regulations and how to do it safely. Because I think, especially in Calgary and Alberta in general, there's such a lack of education on where you can fly as opposed to where you can't, right? Because in Canada, we've got this federal map that will show you all the national areas where you can't, but it doesn't account for the provincial laws, city bylaws. It doesn't account for any of that. So you have to do a lot of work, at least in Alberta, to do it safely, right? So that's my story. I hope you enjoyed it.
Well, you've sent
So
in.
you didn't get arrested. They didn't shoot the drone down. You didn't get kicked out of the country.
Yeah, it went
I want a
well.
different
You sound
ending.
disappointed.
Yeah,
I was hoping you were stuck in North Korea for a couple months. I hear the street photography is great this time of year.
Good way to lose weight.
Oh yeah,
Exactly. Yeah. I should go do that before the wedding.
Maybe I should go there.
But Joey, let's do the proper plug. Where can they find your stuff, and how much is it?
Yeah, 100%. You go to jodigital.ca. It's on my website there. It's called Street Photography 101. It's one of the drop downs, and it could be yours for $45 Canadian. And there's I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 7 lessons. Or if you just want to get the free pocket guide that I created, there's a PDF on that same page that you can print out with your own ink, because I'm not shipping anything, and you can fold it up and put in your pockets. If you just want the free guide, it's kind of a quick Sparks notes on everything that you'll find in the course. And the course itself, yeah, like I said, 7 lessons. Each one's about 10-ish minutes long, so they're not like 3 hours. It's not super long, but yeah, that's where you can find it. Thanks for getting me to plug, Gustavo. I like plugging.
Hey, I mean, just because we don't make any money doesn't mean we don't want anybody else to.
Exactly.
Oh, I don't know if I'll make any money with it, but it was just a really fun experience creating the course. And it's not something I've done before. Like I've taught courses before and like done in-person stuff, but I've never like tried to create something myself. So it was cool. It was good.
Here's a comment for you, Joe. I'm going to put up on the screen.
Oh, no cavity check. How disappointing. I know. I mean, I didn't say it wasn't. Maybe I'm leaving part of the story out. You'll never know.
Never know. The truth is out there. Time for an X-Files.
You can't handle the truth.
X-Files episode. What really did happen in North Korea with Joe. Wait a minute.
Actually, I know a guy that went to high school with, and he actually did do the North Korea tour. That's where you put on like the orange vest and you go across, and he like brought back a whole bunch of stuff that he just nicked from the tour while he was over there. And I was like, how are you not like, how did they not get you? Because this guy's like 6'9", he's giant, and he's got a Texas accent that could knock down the broadside of a barn. Like he sticks out like a sore thumb. Like in North Korea, there's no way this guy was blending in. It's like when I was in Vietnam and I'd be just walking.
They confused him with a tree. They confused him with a tree.
Yeah, there we go.
They wear camo. He probably blended right in with the tree line.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, but no, if you guys ever get a chance to go to South Korea, I do highly recommend going there for street photography. It is awesome, and it's not going to be the same 10 years from now. There's a lot of really cool older areas of the city that are being gentrified. A lot of cities go through that, and Seoul isn't an exception. And there's a lot of really cool old fish markets and things like that are disappearing, right? And it's good and bad, right? From a development perspective, it's nice to see the city continuing to improve that way, but from a cultural perspective, it's kind of like, man, like they're like, I'm not Korean, so I can't speak to the sentiment there. But for myself, I was like, it's so cool to see these moments in time, kind of preserved, but it's not going to always be there.
Well, yeah, it's at some point you don't see people washing their clothes in the rivers anymore. They all have washing machines and everything gets
Samsung washing machines.
Yeah, they all have Samsung washing machines. Yeah.
Oh man, like Samsung and LG just run the show there. Like every other building, Samsung, LG, and then the baseball leagues. Every now and then you'll see Samsung playing LG. It's awesome. And then the first Korean joke I ever heard was some guy that was on a work trip here in Calgary. He's like, "Man, I keep seeing all these things named Park. I'm very famous here." I'm like, come on, man.
Park.
Yeah, killing me slowly.
What about the Kia?
You, with a joke like that, it's Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. We got Leon from the UK. Morning from the UK. You see, if we drag this out long enough, we do pull in a few people from other parts of the world. Photograph some wildlife. 4:50 a.m. Okay. Be off in a few minutes. And Leon, have a great photo shoot. Hope you get some great images. Have a good time. What are you if you're still here? What are you bringing with you? What are you going to use?
Leon always gets great images.
If you have time to respond, let us know what you're bringing for gear. But
hey, Gustavo, where did you get the filter, the Nisi?
This was B&H.
B&H, okay. Because I just went to their site and they're sold out right now, but they're expecting to get more for the eclipse in April. But it looks like B&H and Adorama have it in. But if people want that filter, they should order it sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Certainly, it was available all the way like the week before the eclipse. But at the next eclipse, which is total, which is a different animal altogether.
Yeah.
That's going to cross all the way from Texas to Ohio, right? So
Not far enough.
So a lot of people will have a chance to see it.
Paul has it. Okay.
I'll be right back, you guys.
All right.
Oh, hey guys, and actually, I got to drop here, guys, as well. Sorry, I just got an email come through. I gotta go take care of something.
Sure. But, just plug and run.
Yeah, Moz, man, I'm just here to sell my wares, and I'll be on my way. No,
hey,
but
more
seriously,
power
guys,
to you.
Yeah, no, great seeing you guys. You know, I sorry, quick dine and dash here for me, but nice seeing you guys, and for everyone in the chat, nice to see you guys still coming in and week out. It's a great little community here, so nice to be a part of it, and it's something I always look forward to. It's always fun talking to you guys, and shooting back and forth and talking about some fun things. So thanks for having me, and we'll see you next time. And Jeff, you said next week it's not happening, correct?
No, November 4th and 11th. So we got 2 weeks. 2 weeks we'll be on the next 2 weeks, and then we'll be gone for 2 weeks after that. So
Sounds
2 weeks
good.
on and 2 weeks off, and then I'll post it. On next week's show, I'll put it in the notes and have it go across the screen or whatever and remind everybody. Photo review. We'll wait and see what I get for emails, and what we get for comments, and we'll decide if we're going to do one in November at all. If we're just going to do it in November, or if we want to try to squeeze it in on the last show in October, which that might work too.
That's right.
Show us what's going on. I didn't know about this.
No, I got to
run, guys. I got to go.
See you, Joe.
Care, Joe. And Joe, because we let you do the plug and nothing is life and free, you're going to get a bill for $14.95 for the time that you used up, but it's worth it.
No English. No English.
No comprende.
No comprende. Yo soy estúpido. Adios. All right, bye guys. Talk to you later.
I am the only one that can put that trick here, Mr. Joe.
Yeah, but I tried doing that once on a train in Korea. This guy came up to practice his English. He was like, "Annyeonghaseyo, hello," and I'm like, "Yo hablo un poquito español," and the guy was like, "Tu hablas español?" See, and I was like, "Crap." Either way, I had to talk to that bastard. All right, bye guys.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Ooh, okay.
No, I have a family situation in Connecticut. I got to go there for a while and take care of it, and so I won't be doing a show for a couple weeks.
Okay.
But
you should visit Chuck when you're there.
I'm not going to have any time to visit anybody. I'll be lucky if I have time to see my kids. So Leon's saying mainly using the A1 with a 200 to 600. Tempted to try the Z9 with the 600 PF. He says 6.3 is a challenge, especially in the UK weather, but compactness is very appealing. Yeah, in UK, I mean, it's not to pick on you guys. I guess it's just so many overcast and cloudy and foggy days, but
And rain.
and rain, yeah. But you guys get all the great moody, as they call them, the moody
Exactly.
photos.
Let me put it this way: they get low contrast photos, so they can shoot the whole day.
They can shoot
They
the
don't
whole
have to
day.
stop
Yeah.
at 9 a.m. like you and me.
They'll say at 10 in the morning, your photos look a little gray. And at 3 o'clock, your photos still look a little gray.
Why do you think it's called Grays of Westminster?
Grays of Westminster, yeah.
But Tim, the other thing that I can tell you, because we used it today, is if you're going to photograph the April 8th total solar eclipse, it will be because those will even run faster, correct? Like in November, December, you should buy the welder's lenses, not the welder's mask, but the welder's lens. Those are very good because then you can, when you're preparing, you can watch, okay, and then you take them off, work with your camera, look again. So we still have, my wife and I have ours from the 2017 eclipse, and locally she was a lot more organized than I am, and she had them at hand today. So that was very good having those welder lens.
Here's Randall's got a comment here. He went to the camera store today. They had the ZF listed for sale. Had the 24 to 70 f4, but he was informed that it wasn't for sale until October 31st. It was their mistake listing it.
Why wasn't it for sale until 10/31? People are getting them already.
Yeah, I mean, John Ishii got his already. There was somebody else that got there like the day after John, who was on here earlier. He got his.
I know Matt got his.
Exactly.
Yeah, Matt was showing his orange one.
And his camera.
Yeah. But Leon, you do the best. As I say all the time, you try to do the best with what you have. Everybody has different. One person's great day is another person's bad day, and some people may go to England and say, oh, I never get weather like this. These are great. I got some great shots that I don't get where I live, and it's all in the eye of the beholder. So I'm sure maybe you get tired of it, but other people would be. I mean, I like it when I get fog, in my area or whatever, and I get some nice foggy shots, and I just look at it as a challenge to work around that and use the fog to my advantage. So it's.
I do like fog.
So have a good time. Hope you do well. I'm trying to think of Roy. What was Gray's? You remember what their main topic was for their live stream yesterday?
I just noticed the 180 to 600 and things like that. Things I'm really interested in.
Oh, I know what popped in my head was they talked a lot about. I guess I'd be curious as to how many Z owners have bought Voigtlander glass for their cameras, because they were talking about they both, I think, have Leica cameras, and they use Voigtlander lenses on their Leica cameras, and of course that company makes a lot of manual focus lenses for the Z mount, and I'm just wondering if there's anybody here in the chat that uses that brand of lens on any of their Z mount cameras. So,
I like Voigtlander, but I haven't got any. Got some Zeiss for that too. Same company. Casino make all the
Tim, I don't know the way you're wording this. I don't know if you're answering that in the same context in which I was thinking.
There's too many lenses out now.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
It's quite the opposite to like 3-4 years ago.
Well, I think a comment was made, will they come out with the 35 1.2 before the end of the year? And it's like they've surprised us. They've given us a few surprises, and technically the only thing on the list left is the 35 1.2, and there won't be any more lens charts for us to get. They announced they're not doing that anymore. Lens roadmaps. There won't be any more lens roadmaps. So, but some people are saying, "Oh, we're going to get the 35 by the end of the year," and then one comment was, "Well, maybe not, because then they won't have anything to put out next year, early next year, because if they were going to put out any new camera bodies, I'm guessing that they would maybe do a development announcement or make an announcement in March and say they're going to be available on April 1st, so it goes into next year's profit and loss statement."
Yeah, but no more forward, roadmap, but the length chart, which is the same. Already they updated it with the 600 PF. So
I saw that they all of a sudden showed that. Yeah,
exactly. So that's good. That's good. I mean, they still should be able to come. I mean, that's what that average of 6 to 7 legs per year, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier, and for those that may have just joined us in the last 30 minutes or so, we were talking about, with the 600 now being announced, that if the bird community or the sports community, I would like to think are now fully stocked with options and price points and choices, and you'd like to think that, okay, no mas, you're done. We're done with that. Do a tilt shift lens, do a ultra wide angle, do a few more 1.2 lenses of different focal lengths, do maybe a 200 millimeter macro. I mean, I know a guy who has an older, I think a 200 millimeter macro F mount, and he says, he won't buy a 105. He says, I like to be farther away from my subject. I feel I'm on top of the subject with the 105. And whereas I've always bought the 105, but I wouldn't buy like the 60 if there was a 60, because then I felt I was too close to the subject with the 60. But a friend of mine feels he's too close with the 105 and he wants the 200. So the tilt shift lenses and the and some ultra wides and some would be a good thing to start getting into the special. Come out with at least a couple specialty lenses next year, because we've got. Don't do anything else that starts with the number 24. No more 24 to something, because you got more than enough of that stuff. You got, oh my God, you got so many choices in the zoom range starting at 24 millimeters. You got to start going a little bit wider with some of your,
like the new Canon.
So what do you think about that Canon?
10 to 20 full frame.
Exactly, 10 to 20, or Matt was promoting that 9 millimeter.
Nikon's been the king of wide angle, and Canon have beaten to it.
Exactly.
No, I think you need a 10 to 20 would be great.
Yeah.
What's the f-stop on it?
I don't remember.
Is it a variable aperture?
I was shocked seeing it.
You remember if it was a variable aperture or not?
I don't offhand.
We can check.
Now, is it already released, or is it just in the rumors?
No, they show it. It's there were some videos and stuff already.
All right, so I'll type it in on B&H and see if I get
10 to 20 f4.
That's it.
Exactly. And apparently it does very good rectilinear correction. Correct, so that thing don't look, curved.
22.99.
it's not cheap.
$22.99.
That's an impressive looking lens, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nikon's got to match that.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. They need to.
And Jeff, before when we went through this topic, before there was a lot of interest here in our community about the 200 macro, correct? So certainly those people that do a lot of insects and stuff like that, they do like that because they don't have to be on top of
the bug lens.
Exactly. So
Yeah. I mean, I said I'm only doing 2 more. If they came out with that, it might turn into 3. But right now I'm at 2.
So what happened with your macro? That complicated macro that you bought? Did you have time to experiment a little bit more on that one or not?
Well, I told you how I took pictures with it and then I inadvertently wiped them out.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that you cannot try it again.
Oh no, I gotta try again. I just no. It broke my spirit, and I'll never use the lens again because of that.
That's a newbie thing.
You make it sad. You made it sad.
Sad, Jeff. Will never use that.
Sad lens.
Never use that lens again.
It's got no resale value now. It's sad.
I gotta like one of these days, like blank my screen and squirt a little water on my cheeks, and then come back on again. I'm sure I could think about something sad enough to make me cry without, I could do the actor routine where they go, think of something that always gets you upset and makes you cry, and all of a sudden, cry, tear comes down.
All right, go.
Oh, hey, I'm not doing it unless I'm getting some. Show me the money, and I'll do my best crying routine on live.
I would. I never have cash though.
Live from.
I can show you a card.
Live from Myrtle Beach. It's Saturday Night Live. Here we go. But
definitely the point you were making is that we're spoiled now for options, correct? Both third parties, and the lineup is very complete, correct? So it will be interesting now that they have such a strong line of what they can do, correct? Certainly on the telephoto end, unless they come with something like 1,000 millimeter. I think somebody was mentioning.
Yeah. Time out on that. No, we're done with the launch.
Exactly.
I don't know. That'd be pretty great if they just kept making telephotos.
My God,
longer and longer.
Yeah, you can get a full frame shot of Venus with this lens. Okay.
Well, they can use it on the Uranus.
Uranus, yeah.
The other thing, Tim, going back to I keep plugging the lips because it's such an exciting thing. When you buy, if you buy that filter, try before, because you have to learn how to expose it, right? So locally today, there were not many sunspots, but you try it before the clips, trying to see if you can get the sunspot, and then roughly what kind of stop you like.
I don't need to try. I just ask you.
Okay, that may be a bad recipe.
Well, somebody had a bad day when you say, "Can you show me the images that you took of the solar eclipse?" And the person says, "Well, I can't." And I go, "Why not?" And the guy says, "Well, because I can't see anymore. I was looking through the camera and I burned my eyes out." That's the person that had a really bad day.
Yes,
I'm sure there are a few people every time that have something unfortunate like that happen.
A lot of sensors with burnt centers in the middle of them.
And that's what Roy, I was thinking about. You have one of those drop filters in the back. I would not like it because I don't know if I want to have all those glasses being heated by the sun before they reach the filter at the back. So I like my filter in the front.
I like in the back, but I don't shoot the sun.
Exactly.
But let's see what else I got here. If anything, a few Sony rumors. There wasn't a lot. Hits of a Sony A9 III announcement on November 7th or 8th, being advertised as the world's fastest full-frame camera. So I guess that's going to be its once again. Okay, you pick one thing that you do, and then you try to tell everybody, we got the best camera. It's got the world's fastest. It's the world's fastest full-frame.
I like the A9, but you have to get the fastest frame rate. You have to have certain lenses.
Yeah.
Put an old lens on it, and it clocks down to about 5 frames a second.
Yeah. And then they say on their rumor site that there's the rumors that they're going to have 2 new high-end models announced around the same time, and maybe 1 new video camera as well. So it sounds like in November they're gonna go on their soapbox and throw out a few more things before the end of the year. They also had an article. I don't know who this person is. I don't know. There's a million people that do things on cameras. Somebody named Evan Dovey tested a Sony ECM-S1 microphone. It's a wireless streaming mic with a multi-interface shoe.
Yeah,
and
that's
$419. And the guy, I guess, wrote an article about it, how much he liked that microphone. And there's a link. I didn't watch it. I didn't have time to watch it, but there's a link on Sony Rumors to a YouTube video asking the question, what is the difference between the Tamron 35-150 f2 2.8 and the Samyang version? And you can go to Sony Rumors and you can view the video because, who knows, it may say there's absolutely no difference and there's a big difference in price. I don't know. But if you have an interest in that lens and you want to check out what sounds like an interesting YouTube video, go to Sony Rumors and check that out. And that was pretty much it for Sony. And Fuji didn't have much of anything. New firmware updates for the GFX 100S, GFX 100, and the GFX 50S2. And then they applied for a bunch of patents. So I won't read what all the lenses were, but there were 3 lenses that they applied for patents on. And the person who wrote the article for Fuji Rumors stated that many people perceive patents as a rock solid evidence in predicting what one is going to see in the near future. And he says their experience is that 99.99% of these patent filings only appear on paper and never actually show up in real life. And there are a lot of people that constantly search search what shows up at the patent office or whatever, and they go, oh yeah, well Nikon did this or Sony did that, or and it's I don't know if I'd say it's 99.99% doesn't happen, but I'd say it's a very high percentage of the time you don't ever see it.
But what it seems to be different is when they register a new name, correct? Like when they register this Plena or knock or something like that gives you a better indication that something is coming up because they had to trademark that particular branding, correct?
And the last thing Fuji Rumors said is 2023 is done. No more announcements from Fuji.
Ooh.
Well, they'll start looking at what may come out in 2024. So I think unless Nikon surprises us before the end of the year with the 35 1.2, I would think Nikon is probably done for the rest of the year as well.
Never know, though.
They keep on. I'll tell you, they've kept themselves really in high visibility for a good part of the year this year.
Done good.
Which is all good for them. I mean,
I just had a terrible thought about shooting the sun. What about all these plastic elements in these Chinese lenses? You may find out which lenses have got plastic elements.
Exactly. That would be a sad. That will really be a sad lens.
Yeah. Find your lens elements leaking at the side.
You'll say, even how come the lens looks like it's crying? It's because it's melting.
It's got a Jeff element in it.
Jeff element, yes, the Jeff element. Sad Jeff element. That's a new. It's a SJE element. Sad Jeff element. It's optional. Great for parties.
Yes.
I'm funerals.
You blow up your lens.
Blow up your lens. Impress your friends with the high quality lens you just bought. Wait a minute.
Special effects.
Randall says he's debating on the 135 Plena and the 180 to 600.
Depends on what he shoots.
Yeah, I mean those lenses
Couldn't be more opposite.
are totally different from each other. So I think it depends what you're, as Roy says, what do you shoot more? To me, I would, if I got a 135, it's going to be for a little street photography, some portrait photography, maybe some close up, maybe some environmental, even for a bird portrait photography, if the bird is close enough, the background rendering on that 135 would be wonderful with the right subject and the right light, whether it be a human being or
a gator for Roy,
or a
gator,
crying gator. Get the crying gator with that nice background in the back, and you'd have a National Geographic image. That'd be it. I'd be famous. The crying gator.
There you go.
So it's going to be the new.
The plane.
Sounds like we know what Jeff's 2024 is going to be like.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very sad. Sad. Very sad. God, they played that on TV so much. I feel, oh God.
Are they still playing it?
They played that for 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Wow.
I got 2 weeks of I'm sad, very sad. 2 weeks.
Did they add anything to it?
I guess the second week, no. It was just where I just said I'm sad, very sad. That's it. That was all I got in.
So they're just trolling you now on the local news. Just getting trolled.
Trying to. I mean, if I suppose I could capitalize on this, but then everybody would say, well, that was the plan to begin with, which of course it wasn't. But if I went and I made I'm sad Jeff t-shirts, I could probably sell quite a few of them right about now.
I would buy 2.
Probably be the only 2 I'd sell, but my wife might buy one. Or no, she'd say, oh, you got to make a shirt that says I'm with sad Jeff. And then my shirt would say I'm with happy Janet. So I'd say I'm with sad Jeff. Oh God. So Randall, I'm going to put up a Randall. Randall, you've been busy, it looks like.
Did you guys see that Kickstarter for that film bag?
A film bag?
Yes, I
film
saw
bag.
one.
Oh, film bag.
It's expensive. Yeah, it's kind of cool, but it's about $1,000 on Kickstarter.
Wow.
It's called the I'm Back Film, and it's 20 megapixel digital film cartridge for SLR cameras.
Not enough for a medium format.
It's interesting.
Cheaper to get an old second-hand one.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Somebody got a plane landing on their roof.
Yes, mate. I just flew over. Wonder you could hear that.
You know, say your birds got bigger.
Yeah. If Randall's shooting the moon, he needs the longer lens. 135 won't do it.
No. I'll tell you want to get a nice shot of the moon, put on the 800 millimeter lens, you get quite a good shot of the moon. You see craters within craters with that lens. Not only do you see the craters, you see what's crawling out from them.
In all
Wrong
honesty,
move.
though, when I had the 800, I shot the moon with it, and I shot the moon with my 400, and I shot the moon with pretty much every lens I have that's long, with and without a TC. There's not that much difference between the 800 and like the 400 with the TC. And bring it into Photoshop, you crop it. There's not much difference.
Especially if you've got a Samsung camera. Samsung phone.
I think the first thing I said when I put the 800 and shot a picture of the moon was, I said, "Behold the power of cheese."
No, the issue there, Tim, is that with the moon is the atmospheric condition, okay? So if you really want a good chart photo, even with the 800 or 400, then you have to go to Joshua Tree or something like, desert.
Clear skies.
Yeah. Clear sky, but also zero humidity, correct?
Yeah, yep.
Because
Well, Tim's been to Joshua Tree, so
yeah, a few times.
Exactly, that's what I tell him.
Yeah. How far?
But I don't go there when the moon's out because I want to shoot the stars. So
Exactly.
going there when the moon is out.
How many hours is it for you to get there?
A couple hours.
Right. The good thing is that for all these astronomical things, those apps that you can align already, a piece of the landscape with the future, sky. Those are fantastic, right?
Yeah.
Photo pills and delirium.
I'm assuming this is not your computer mouse.
Is there a stove cam hooked up?
Yeah. Surround the perimeter with your cameras, Randall, and then let the action begin. Get it on film.
So Randall has to now do the auto capture. Then all the cameras and the auto capture, that will be something. Nothing.
I had a little rat visit me every day for ages. Then about a week ago, my wife told me to put out some bait. I haven't seen him again.
Ooh. But that's the one that you chose the other day, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, you bumped off the one drinking out of the dog dish?
Yeah. I miss him. A daily visitor.
So would you use that awful decon stuff?
I don't know what it was. It's just some rat bait.
Yeah, the decon stuff is a cruel way to kill an animal, but it works. But
my wife,
I had a lot of mice in a house in the country in Connecticut, and I was always putting the bait out, and then I went and got mouse traps. I was using mouse traps every day. I was like dead mice in the mouse traps like crazy. Couldn't figure out how they were getting in the house. Had exterminators come out. Had the whole, that stuff that looks like the spray foam that expands that you use in windows and stuff. So, they spray that underneath the sill plate, trying to fill in any holes between the cement foundation and the wood, and spraying all that expandable foam and doing all that kind of stuff. I'd still get mice in the house. And the bad thing is the first time when I didn't know any different, before I switched to mouse traps, I used that decon bait traps, and basically it makes them super, super thirsty, and they die quick.
They desiccate.
Yeah, and but the problem is they're dying inside your walls. Okay, they're dying inside your walls, and all of a sudden your house smells because you got all these dead mice dying inside your walls, and it takes forever for the stink to go away. And you don't know what wall they're behind or anything. You just know you got dead mice in your house, and your whole house just stinks something awful. So I switched to the mice traps instead, and at least then it killed them. But the house didn't stink up because I'd throw them out every day, But
you know that you didn't have a cat, correct?
Did not have a cat, no.
Because even if the cats don't hunt for mice, they are so wired, the the rats and the rodents in general, that they don't come into the house just if you have a cat. And you know the natural history of the toxoplasmosis?
Can you fake them out? Can you fake them out with a fake cat? People put fake owls in their yards to scare away.
I'm sure that they can. I'm sure that they can create whatever is in the pee of the mouth of the cat. But no, there is a biological warfare between these. I think it's not even this parasite, correct? That the cats and the rodents, correct? Because the parasite in their life cycle have to live in the cat guts, correct? But in order to get there, the parasite has to jump from a rodent into a cat. So the parasite live into the rodent, it modify the behavior. So the cats start, the rodents basically ignore the warning that is a cat here, and they get kind of manipulated by the parasite. So eventually it will be caught by the cat. So that's a very complicated, convoluted life history of this parasite.
Ooh.
Well,
so a lot like a politician.
exactly. But no, it's a
politician. You think they're dead, and they always come back again.
Well,
come back to life.
you know that's actually also true. Yeah, your what is called the all the living things in our guts. Basically, they have some elements of control on your appetite and all that kind of stuff. Correct. So they do manipulate us to a degree. Correct.
My belly rules.
Oh, I'm being corrected here by Matt.
Parasites absolutely do control the brains of the host animal.
Yes. So very complicated life history there.
So update. Mouse is cornered.
Oh.
Film at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Eastern time. Randall could do a live feed.
If not, you can bring. If you don't want cats, then you can bring some owls, and then you can get your mouse.
You bring some
Lovely when your cat brings you a mouse as a present.
That's true. That's true. Here there's Matt talking about that.
So there wasn't much anything else in any of the rumor stuff. How many did we really get a feel for how many people in the chat are thinking about that 600 PF? Did you guys notice any commentary on that? Or if not, if anybody in the chat is thinking about getting the 600 PF, write a comment in there. Be curious to see how many people want to get it and explain why that's your choice. Is it because of the other lenses that you have in your kit, or is it going to be your first lens for sports or wildlife? Share some information with us so we can have a talking point here. We could talk a little more about the 600 PF.
I'd get it if I didn't have the other lenses.
Yeah, I agree with that. 100%. If it came up before the
400, 4.5, and 180 to 600, etc., I'd definitely get the 600.
I agree with that 100%. I have those same 3 lenses. I would have bought the 600 PF over 2 of those.
Just that the order they were released has messed me up.
Yep.
Well, I think
they knew what they were doing.
Nikon's plan is to leave you in the dark about certain things, and then you say, "Oh, I guess I'll have to get this. It'll have to do. I like it. It's good. Blah blah blah." Then they pop out the one that you maybe would have bought beforehand, and then you may go and buy that too, and they're just happy because you wrote them out 2 checks instead of 1. So they're the ones making out, and that's why they're making good money now, because they're very sneaky and smart about how they're releasing the order in which they're releasing this stuff, and causing frustration and confusion in the ranks. So people saying, like I said, gee, I'd like the 600 too, but I mean, I'd have to sell the 500. And I told Gustavo, my gut tells me that as soon as that 600 got announced that it was coming out, the resale price for the 500 probably dropped by 40% in a day. So you're probably going to get nothing for that. You can't win. You can't win.
Not meant to.
No. My wife complained to my friend of ours that we've known for years since we moved down here, and we both lived across the street from each other when we first moved here, and then we moved away, and then he moved away, but he's still like only 10 minutes from our house, so we go out to dinner with him every Friday night. And my wife says, yeah, Jeff has an expensive hobby. This photography stuff is very expensive. And I just
always paid for itself.
I just smiled and I said, yeah, I can't argue with that statement. I cannot disagree with that statement. That's true.
Yeah, Nikon the past years reminds me a lot of divorce court, just extracting as much money as possible from me.
Yeah. Well, I'm still trying to stick to my only two more lenses, Tim, but I'm having a hard time because if they come
I told you weren't going to stick to 2 lenses.
Well, I'm still at 2, but if they come out with a 200 millimeter macro lens, then I'm going to have a hard time. But I could pass on the 600 though. I will pass on that. I mean,
I will bet any lens I own that you're going to get more than 2 lenses.
Well, okay, wait a minute. Let's narrow this down. Over what period of time? When I say 2 more lenses, indefinitely for the rest of my life, or I buy 2 more lenses and that's all I buy for the next 5 years.
You'll buy more than 2 lenses in 2024.
Okay. I see. I have zero support in my corner. Well, what if? Okay, wait a minute. We got to clarify that. Two, no more than 2 lenses in the Z mount system.
Z mount, yeah.
I mean, I could still buy an old lens for an old camera, right? That doesn't count.
Yep.
Okay. 2 more. Okay. Watch out! I'll switch to medium format, and I'll just buy a whole bunch of medium format lenses. I'll really throw you off. And I would not only be broke, I'd be divorced, and I'd be run over by the car, and then my wife would sell all the gear and say, "Wow, I got a good chunk of change here. I made out pretty good."
Just make sure she has my number before you do all that.
Yeah. You'll say, "Well, I know what these are really worth, Mrs. Neville. I'll give you $50 for this one, and I'll give you $75 for that one."
But
beleaguered Nikon. Nobody's buying Nikon gear anymore.
We were saying that Nikon was almost Machiavellical in the way they release the lenses. Hey, Jeff, you are on mute.
You'll say Nikon's going out of business.
Exactly.
I'm not going to give you any money. I hear they're going out of business. Somebody on YouTube said that. I believe them.
I'll just point her to Jared Poland's videos.
Yeah. Oh, Randall. Yeah, Randall, you're in that multiple disease condition. 3 systems. Well, you know who else is in that situation is our friend David Stewart.
Oh.
He bought a Sigma recently. He told me he bought a Sigma 35 millimeter 1.2 and a Sigma 28 millimeter lens, I believe. But when he's out there doing this Aurora Borealis shooting between him and Anita, they got 5 or more cameras set up. And they're all, and they're all similar lenses. I mean, So like he might have 3 24mm lenses or and a couple 28s and a couple 35s and but they're all for different, they're all going on different bodies. And then he has them all set, he uses the intervalometer setup, and he sets up the intervalometers on all of them, and then he remotely fires the cameras off while he's in his nice warm RV or whatever, camper, and he stays warm, and he lets them run for a while, and he goes out and checks on them, and he resets things up again and goes again, so but he has a lot of cameras set up.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, I think I'm glad that I avoided that, having multiple systems. That's really commitment here for Randall, having to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, David just bought the ZF. I had no clue he had any interest in buying the ZF, so he kind of surprised me with that. I don't remember him saying that he wanted to get a ZF, but I'm sure he'll like it for the low light performance.
Yes.
That's probably why he bought it.
24 megapixels is probably enough for what he does.
Yeah. Randall has a Panasonic point and shoot.
He has a sympathy.
Yeah, and this is so true, and this is probably one of the biggest things that new photographers don't think about. They get pulled in by the hype on certain brand cameras, and they go, I got to have X brand, but they don't do their homework first and look at what does that brand offer in glass.
Mm-hmm.
What are the reviews on their glass? What brand has the best ratings for their glass? And granted, not any one brand's going to say every single lens that we make is better than every other brand's lens. But once you decide what lenses that you want to have in your kit, your dream kit, that's before you buy any camera. If you say, well, I want to do landscapes, that's all I'm going to do is landscapes or whatever. You say you pick a super wide angle lens, maybe a 17 to 35 or something like that. You get a prime 28mm lens or 24mm lens, and you get a 70 to 200 or something like that, and you're probably covered with your landscape needs. You decide what lenses you want, and then check every single brand and read all the reviews on those particular lenses before you go and you make a decision what camera system you're going to go with. You should be looking at the type of photography that you want to do, and kind of looking ahead as to any other kind of photography you may want to get into down the road. Make up a lens lineup for yourself. This falls under the tips category, since we didn't talk tips or tribulations today. The tip is, before you buy into a camera system, make a list out of what you want, of what you think you want, and then what you might want 2 years later, and then do some forward thinking and make a list of these lenses. Look at the top 3 or 4 brand cameras that are out there. Look at the reviews for all those lenses, and then that may direct you into one party, okay? And then from there, make sure that you're satisfied with the bodies that they offer, and if you are, then you've made your decision. You know what to go with, because too many people go for the bodies are what get all the attention initially, and then sometimes you find out there are some brands that never made tilt shift lenses for their cameras ever. So if you're an architectural photographer, you're going to do architectural photography, and you want a tilt shift lens, or or some landscape photographers or product photographers want tilt shift lenses, and and then you go and you buy a camera and that brand doesn't make a tilt shift lens, and you kind of made a big mistake, right? You didn't think it out very well. So you need to plan ahead, and beginning photographers get sucked into the advertising machine and don't always make the right decision.
To be fair, though, they also don't know what they need.
Yeah. Well, what I dislike, and when I was much younger, I said, one of the 50 jobs I'd like to do when I grow up, type of thing. I want to be the next Jacques Cousteau. Oh, I want to be an astronaut. Oh, I want to do this. I want to do that. One of my more minimalist desires was to own a camera store, because to this day, I feel that your true old style camera shops were the best, because when we were in our, say, mid-teens or early 20s, when we went to the old style camera stores, they didn't push a brand. They tried to understand what you wanted, what you could afford, what you had an interest in. And they might show you 2 or 3 different model cameras and lenses that would fit what you described. And they spent time with you. It wasn't like it's all about just getting the sale and ringing up the amount on the cash register and taking your money. It was kind of like the philosophy with some car companies is, we're not looking to get you short term. We want you to buy our product and then buy 4 or 5 more of our cars in your lifetime. We don't want to make it where we're just setting the hook and tricking you to buy one of our models. We want to make a car that makes you want to come back again and again and again and again. And that's how a good photo store should be, is they understand your needs, or they ask a lot of questions that kind of narrows it down. They show you all the options. You make an intelligent decision, and then hopefully you've picked the product that you enjoy so much that you don't feel the need to change for the rest of your life. I mean, that's the long-term approach. But the camera stores now, everything is driven by what somebody read on the internet or what somebody watched on a YouTube video, and they just never held the camera in their hand ever. Never held the camera in their hand.
Probably selling shoes last week,
and they just go, yeah, I want to order blah 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 blah. They never even put the camera in their hand. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Well, I'm fortunate to actually have some good camera stores around me. I know you don't, and that's
we don't.
You're in the same predicament as most of the country, but I'm still fortunate to have good stores around me with knowledgeable staff, but that's very rare.
Yeah. Yeah, Matthew, I know. That's why I'm belly aching. Maybe some of us guys should chip in and open up camera stores. Let's change. Let's adjust the curve and make things more where it makes more sense.
That is, if you put a camera store, that's the end of your buying lenses career. Because it's losing proposition there, camera store.
There's your loophole. Buy a camera store. 24. That's your loophole.
Yeah. Then I don't have to just get 2 more lenses. I could say, hey, I have access to hundreds and hundreds of products.
Crazy Eddie, Crazy Jeff.
Yeah. Our prices are insane.
The thing is that even when you have local camera store, okay, they promo some stuff, but you go there, and even here where we have a good camera store, Mice Camera, which is also in California, the selection is somewhat limited, and the new stuff, they don't have it because everything is back ordered, correct?
Yeah.
But they do special events to demo the new equipment when it comes, and that's a good thing.
Okay, Roy, I know how much you like DX products, but look at this. Randall's got them all.
Yeah, he's got my sympathy.
All of the In Z mount or F mount?
Zoom out, I think.
Oh, okay. That's like what,
Pause it now.
4 lenses?
ZDX lenses.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for my PZ. Still haven't gotten it.
Which one, Tim?
The power
Here's a-
zoom?
Here's a
I ordered
fun
that
one.
months and months and months ago.
Mm. That's an interesting
Wow.
concept, isn't it? They've tried that a few times in cameras, but it never took off till now. Maybe next year that's the next big thing. Power zooms on everything.
I only ordered it because it was half price. Amazon had it on sale for 50% off for some reason. So I couldn't resist, but I'm still waiting for it.
What's funny is Nikon rumors. I think those Laowa, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, Laowa lenses. They'll say, okay, here's where you could buy them from, and it's like Amazon USA, and Amazon is selling a lot of those lenses, but they don't list like B&H or Adorama or anything. It just says
They're not cheap either.
Amazon.
No, they're not cheap. They're quality.
Yeah, they look impressive, especially those ones with the extension.
Yeah, I think eventually we're only going to be able to get stuff online out of warehouses, because I know I even go into Walmart to buy razor blades, and it's in a special container that they have to unlock at the register because people keep stealing razor blades. So,
I went into. I mean, everywhere you go, everything's locked up. I went into Home Depot today, and you know how often I'm in Home Depot. I went into Home Depot today, and the Home Depot by me, they installed automated gates. You can't even get into the store. There's electronic gates there. So, and they installed in the parking lot. They have like these remote camera systems hooked up to these giant generators. So they have 360 view of the parking lot. But yeah, the theft is out of control.
No, the other day I went to the supermarket. Didn't find what I wanted, and I said, okay, let me take the little car all the way back. Now, when you get the little carts in the supermarket, watch it. Certainly here in Colorado, they have out of the 4 wheels a special wheel that if you go through if you go back out of the store, it blocks the wheel. So three wheels out of the regular, that must be expensive, correct? Because it has so 3 of the wheels are freewheeling, correct? I mean,
I know exactly. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
And then 1 wheel. Look at it the next time you go to the supermarket. It's solid, correct? You cannot see where the bearings are. That has an automatic brake. That when you go through if you go through the register and you haven't paid, it locks that car. So you can see the technology is to avoid all this stuff, right? Because people were running out of the supermarket with, what is it, Tide, the pots for the soap, for the washing machine.
So they could eat them.
Yeah, so they can eat them. They probably put them in Halloween candy bags.
Exactly.
Hey, that's a good idea. I can give away Tide Pods for Halloween.
Tide Pods for Halloween, yeah. I'm probably going to get a lawsuit now. I'm done. We're done. This is our last show.
No more.
Sad Jeff is poisoning the kids of Myrtle Beach with Tide Pods. I'm gonna call the news.
Yeah, call the news. Hey, they don't care. They won't report anything you say anyway.
Sad Jeff. They're gonna trace the fish kill back to Tide Pods.
Yeah.
So Jeff, see, we still have like 1 hour to go, correct? Show that picture that I sent you about the shadows, because I think people will be interested.
The picture that you sent me, the email.
I said
yes. Let me find it. No.
That would be a good. interesting discussion here, because I think since we have been talking off and on of eclipse, correct? The fact that sometimes there are a lot of interesting stuff happening around the eclipse that are not necessarily photographing the eclipse itself.
Give me a second. I had to save it to my desktop first. And now I will share it. So, folks, this is an image that Gustavo sent me early evening, of the eclipse, shadows from the eclipse.
666.
Yeah. So as I was photographing the eclipse, I actually, that was taken with an MC 105. I photographed the actual shadows that filter through that tree, which is a mesquite tree. And the thing is, when you have an eclipse, and in my area was a partial eclipse, all the shadows are now like crescent moons, right? And they shimmer. So that's an interesting thing for those that are going to be seeing the eclipse next year. Is the shadows are really special. It doesn't look that well here, but you can see there is all these little crescent moons. And it's because obviously as you go, in this case, the tree, all the intersection between the leaf function like a pinhole camera, right? So it produces.
What exactly are we looking at, Gustavo?
I'm sorry?
What exactly are we looking at?
Okay, so this is a photo of basically looking at my deck, correct?
Okay.
Now the light here from the eclipse is passing to a tree.
Okay.
And then all the it's freaky when you see it. When you see it with your own eyes, so obviously the photo.
Oh, I see it now. I got it now. Okay.
I cannot point, but probably Jeff can point. But you can see all the shadows that comes through that. They come in the form of a crescent because that was the partial eclipse, correct? If I would have done this in where there is full annularity, there would have been like donuts.
Yeah.
Right? Because the light passing through the leaf function like a pinhole camera, correct?
Right.
So you're seeing basically the sun here. And not only that, because the light is also polarized differently, you see a shimmer, right? So those of you that are going to see next year eclipse, watch out for this because it's freaky, correct? I mean, many things are, but I send that one to my son and then I send it to you guys because it's interesting to see what you can observe, correct?
I like how you say the word shimmer. Can you say that again?
Shimmer.
Shimmer.
I pronounce a lot of things funny.
No, I like how it comes out of your mouth better than mine. Yours has some style to it. Mine's just
Yeah.
plain.
It doesn't sound sad.
This doesn't sound sad. Yeah.
So that's what it is. I obviously photographed.
I had to zoom in on this image. I couldn't tell what it was until I zoomed in.
Okay.
So Roy is having a magpie feeding frenzy, or not eating the bread. Won't eat the. Well, that's because he gave it a hamburger before.
Exactly.
He spoiled it with red meat, and now it doesn't want bread.
So that kind of thing is happening obviously around eclipses, correct? The light get different. I don't know if you guys saw the one in 2017, but it's certainly after this one here in the US, the next one will be in 2045. So
2045. Do I got to worry about? Let me see if I got to worry about that one.
I don't think so. Certainly not me.
Well, no. I mean, I'll be in my late 80s. My late 80s. I don't think I'll be here.
But
That's sad. That's really sad too.
That's really sad. But the San Gustavo as well, correct? The next year one is you can see all this stuff, correct? So it's some people even put some
incentive to go out and shoot it this time, Jeff.
I tell you, I liked. I'll probably do at some point. I'll do a segment on where we went shooting together in North Carolina. I really liked what we got at that garden place. That arboreum was really, really cool.
Well, Jeff, I don't know if you did your research on the red wolf, but the story on the red wolf in North Carolina, that's a sad one too.
Yeah, I got to do some more research on that. And I tell you, I just went through them today. I really got some. And now you've taken pictures of, let's say, coyotes and wolves in the wild or whatever. Yeah. But taking them at the zoo, what I found is now I'm taking them in. You know, they don't open up till 9:30 in the morning, but they're in an area, in a penned-in area that's pretty large. There's a lot of trees around it, so there's a lot of shade with a couple shafts of light that land on the grasses from in between the trees. You know, light coming in through the trees, so you have some hot spots. So your exposure is kind of hard, and you're shooting. You know, they're moving around. I mean, not chasing food per se, but they like to roam around the perimeter of the fence, and then you're trying to wait for them to move away from the fence, so there's no fence in the picture, and get a more natural shot of them or whatever. But and I found this a few times. I tried taking a picture of bears. Like a black bear, or you know, you have with a black bear, you have no contrast, and it's really, really hard to get the fur to look nice and sharp because your camera's having a kind of a tough time with it being all black fur. Yeah, and especially if you're trying to focus on the eye, and you got a dark eye and you got dark fur. And what I found with these red wolves is the eyes are set back because they have very, very thick eyebrows. They've got very thick eyebrows. So you'll get some images where I guess I'll word it, where the eyes and the eyebrow area is acceptably sharp. But of course, you're the way I am, is I don't want acceptably sharp. I want clinically sharp. You know, I want it to be very, very sharp. And I just find that with animals like that, where the eyes are in a little bit, and the fur around the eyes is raised up, and you have some distance between the eyeball and the fur around the eye, that sometimes it's a pain in the neck to get everything sharp. And I got lucky. What I did was I didn't shoot wide open some of the times. I stopped it down to f8 to give myself a little extra depth of field, so that I would get that sharp eye. And I got some really, really nice shots of the wolves. So I will be doing a video at some point in time. I'm just going to call it the Red Wolves at Brook Green Gardens, and I'm going to share some images of I'll say Red Wolves and Friends at Brook Green Gardens Zoo, because they're zoo photos, and everybody will know that in the title, and share, you know what I got in the zoo. And but those wolves are very, very interesting. Yeah, and what was kind of wolves are a lot like if you have 2 dogs in your house, right? You could have 2 dogs in your house, and you can have 20 dog toys. And what's going to happen? Whichever dog grabs a toy first, that is the toy the other dog has to have.
Yeah, of course.
You can have 20 toys in there, but it's not like, dog A is going to take that toy and dog B is going to take the other one. They're going to fight over the same toy. And it's like that with the wolves. Now, a wolf picked up a pretty large branch, a piece of wood, and he roamed around with it. And at first it's like, okay, he's just playing. He's having fun going around with that piece of wood in his mouth, piece of branch in his mouth. Well, the next thing you know, another wolf starts. There's 3 wolves. They got 3 males. Next thing you know, one of the other males is right on its behind. And eventually you get a shot where they're both standing side by side and they both have their mouths on the same piece of wood.
Mm-hmm.
And then fast forward 10 minutes later, and then it gets violent. I mean, not, we're playing like a couple puppies, playing in the yard and rolling around and mouthing each other playfully. It got nasty. The next thing you know is there's 2 wolves gang up on the one, knock him down into a bush. The log's laying on the ground, and one wolf stays in the background and kind of minds his own business. But these other 2 wolves are baring teeth, and they're biting each other.
No,
and they're going at each other. Yeah. And I'm like, gee, just like a domestic animal, you get 2 of them that want to have the same toy, and eventually, okay, you're walking around with it. Are you like showing off? Are you teasing the other? And they're all related. They're supposedly all 3. They're like brothers. They're 3 brothers. They're not 3. They're from the same
pack.
Mm-hmm. But watching that behavior, watching that pattern of behavior, that's a good part of what I'm really enjoying about wildlife and nature photography is noticing certain behavior and then doing research on it and reading up why a species does a certain thing or whatever. And but one of them I thought was going to get hurt really, really bad.
And they do get hurt easily. But because after you show I told you, hey, I know in North Carolina they were very involved into that. So after our conversation last week, I went and read through this because the red wolf, as I told you, is an interesting species, correct? Because it was at one time considered not a species, but a hybrid with coyotes and all that. And that actually was a problematic because the listing changed when they thought, but it's definitely a new species. But the interesting thing is that all the wolves that are in North Carolina originally came actually from the last pack of wild wolves were rounded from Aransas in Texas, and they were taken to North Carolina for for feeding. That park that I was telling you, I think it's called Alligator Island Wildlife Refuge, which is almost at the other end of northern end of North Carolina. Correct. So now that you are on the path of wolf, you may want to, because they actually were successful, Jeff. This is another of your interesting stories, because they were very successful. They were at one time, from the 18 originally they were trapped. The last remaining in Louisiana and Texas, and particularly around Aransas, Texas. They took it there, and they were successful. There were more than 200, but the population had been declining because they were not being protected going outside the park, and they were being killed because they were considered coyotes by the people around. So the state in this case is North Carolina parks, state wildlife and parks, has now some controversy because they allow the population to decline. So this introduction, like the one that you have in that park, is trying to bring the population up again.
Yeah.
And all that is passed up, for what I read, is happening in the neck of your woods there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's they didn't get a female yet, so it's going to be a while. They're going to get rid of one of the brothers. One of the three is going to get exchanged for a female. Then they're going to breed them, and then they're going to repopulate areas in North Carolina. And then I did see a map. I went online and I saw a map that showed the area in which the red wolves used to live in.
Mhm.
And let's say it was this big, and then they showed what it is now, and it's like this. It's like there's hardly any area populated by red wolves anymore because there's so few of them. And so I got to do more research on that, and because I like to tell a story when I do my videos, I try to tell a story.
Exactly.
So I'll do a little research on that before I do that video. But they were very fun to watch. They're very interesting to photograph, and like I said, a little bit difficult to get those eyebrows and the eyes sharp. And you have to play games with, you may not be shooting at, with the 800, you may not be shooting at f6.3. You may be, you're sometimes you're going to shoot at f8 to try to give you a little bit of extra. And, but it was interesting. It was really interesting to do it.
Now here in Colorado, we are also there is a lot of problem because some of the wolves from Wyoming have crossed, but they have not managed to establish some colony. But I think 2 elections ago or something like that, Colorado's put a proposition to reintroduce the wolf here in Colorado, and it was approved. So the first pack of wolf is supposed to be released into the wild in the end of 2023.
And there's a few Bigfoot comments in here wondering if I've ever gotten any pictures of Bigfoot. And the problem is I'm size 13 shoe, and lots of times when I get out of the woods, people think I'm Bigfoot. They take pictures of me, and I'm like, I'm not hairy enough, man. I'm not hairy enough. It ain't me. I'm not Bigfoot.
I think Nikon needs to add a Bigfoot AF mode.
Yeah.
We'll finally get a picture in focus.
Have mosquito tracking. I'd like that, a mosquito tracking feature. So you can get all those shots of your arm having blood sucked out of it by the mosquitoes.
Too late if you need that.
But what other stuff was interesting? We got the I think I had it in my last video. I got some pictures of an eagle on top of a cross on top of a church. I joked praying for food, praying for fish.
Wasn't a vulture, was it?
No, it wasn't a vulture. It was a bald eagle. And the interesting thing, it wasn't a good picture, but it was just a talking point. Was that there was a juvenile? Getting a cramp in my leg. There was a juvenile red-tailed hawk. There were actually 2 eagles and a red-tailed hawk in the same tree. There was an eagle on the far right of the tree. Then towards the middle, there was an eagle that flew in with a fish and was eating a fish. And then literally within 3 feet of that eagle eating the fish, there was a juvenile red-tailed hawk sitting there. And a red-tailed hawk and eagles are pretty much enemies of each other. You do not see eagles and red-tailed hawks in the same tree. It just doesn't. The eagle will attack the red-tailed hawk. And it was weird because the hawk was right there and neither eagle bothered it. So that was, my friend Bob looked that up and did a little homework on that and said, no, you do not see red-tailed hawks in the same trees as an eagle. I mean, that's like, people would say that'll never happen. You never see that. And like I said, it wasn't a good shot because because the hawk wouldn't turn its head around. Its head was facing the other way. But it was interesting to see it and realize that was not a normal scenario, and to bring that up, because I think, we don't all know that that's kind of a no-no. You wouldn't normally have that happen, but it's interesting what you learn when you, and it doesn't matter what genre you're in. Like Gustavo, you took pictures of sport car racing,
Exactly.
and you got published in some magazines, and so you had to do a certain amount of research about sports cars and the racing genre, and you took pictures of it, and you got engrossed in it, and you learned things that maybe you never thought you were going to ever know about, because you were taking photographs of that subject matter. And it's kind of like, it doesn't matter what you're doing. It's to me, the photography has turned into like a research program. It's like an educational event when I'm out there shooting, because I'm like, I question everything. I look up stuff. Is this normal? Is this something that's another example would be spoonbills.
Yes.
So I had a video recently. The last video I did, the spoonbills are on an island area. Some spoonbills are flying in, landing, and they're lifting their bills up in the air. It looks like they're lifting their heads up, looking at the sky. The bills are going up. So a couple years ago, and it turns out it was I guess it was just coincidental. Maybe not. Maybe there's some truth in it. But it seemed like when there were groups of them and a few of them lifted their heads up, we were all surmising that they were lifting their heads because to check wind direction, decide if they wanted to, if the winds were favorable and they wanted to take off and leave. And because many times within a minute or two after they lifted their heads up, they would fly away.
It's like putting your finger on the air.
Yeah, kind of like doing one of these, and then you fly away. And then I saw that behavior in the video that I took recently, and I typed in on the internet. I go, why do spoonbills lift their head up, pointed at the sky? Why do they do that? And somebody else had an article, and they commented that they do that a lot when there's other spoonbills in the sky. They're just looking up, watching them fly by, or seeing if they're going to land near where they are.
Okay.
So maybe there's a little truth to both those theories, but yeah, when they were lifting their heads up, and sometimes there was a spoonbill that would fly in and land near them, so that could be part of it too. But you just notice these things, and you start questioning it, and I'm sure you've done that with. You want to get a certain subject, you read about the subject, you find out what kind of food it likes to eat, you see if it likes to go in certain trees, you see if it the type of bird that burrows a hole in a tree and nests inside of a tree, what are its habits, and then you try to locate it and find it and document it. And that's half the fun of the whole thing.
The one that you actually got me was that that you filmed a long time ago with that. I think it was a juvenile of one of the egrets that actually wet the food before eating it. What was it that I never heard? And I actually went back to the Cornell Birds of the World, which has extensive descriptions of all the any bird, and I look for it. I say, oh, this thing that Jeff saw had never been reported before. Because you show the video and you say, hey, it happened more than once. And I say, it's not like you saw something happening one time.
Oh yeah, well that might have been the clapper rails
Exactly.
with the fiddler crabs.
exactly. So
They get the fiddler crab. Well, oh yeah, when they were rocking their heads, before they struck and got the fiddler crab, they'd always sit there and they'd rock their bodies back and forth like this, and then all of a sudden, boom, they get the fiddler crab. Then they'd get the fiddler crab, and they'd dip it in the water and they'd rip the legs off and eat the body, and then they may or may not go back and eat all the individual legs. But then it's amazing on how many birds will rip the legs off the crabs as a normal routine. I've seen this, the wood storks do it. The ibis do it. The ibis will rip off some of the legs before but the clapper rails, though, I've seen them pick off every single leg before they eat the body. It's like they want to make sure that crab can't get away. If there's no legs, it ain't going nowhere. And it's just sitting there in the water, just the main part of the body. Then they'll grab it, flip it up in their mouth, and eat it. So Roy left, folks, but he says he'll be back soon. National Geographic by normal people. Yeah, it's thank you for calling us normal. We appreciate that. We don't always get that.
The normal part?
The normal as part of the comment. But it's just, I think I went to an arts and crafts show a week ago. A wonderful guy, a guy who takes wonderful photographs, but that's not where he makes his money. He takes photographs of wildlife, a lot of bird photographs, and then he does paintings. But his paintings are so real looking, you would swear it's a photograph. That's how good this guy is. And he would say, and he doesn't paint on canvas because he says you can't do a nice, perfectly straight line on a feather of a bird on a canvas, because it's too rough, So he paints on something that is a smooth, perfectly smooth material, and it's not canvas. It might even be
just acrylic or something. Huh?
Some kind of a wood or some kind of might almost look like a piece of sheetrock or something. It's something that's very, very smooth, and he paints on that. And he says, well, what I do is I take pictures of all sorts of birds, and he takes wonderful pictures of the birds. And he says, that's my guide for being accurate when I do a painting.
Yeah.
But he says the beauty in being able to do paintings is that I could take a bird from this photo and a bird from that photo and another bird from a third photo, and I can create any background environment I want that would be suitable for those three birds and put them wherever I want in that picture, and people will like it, and it'll look real and it'll look really good. But he's not just taking a photo and painting a copy of the photo. He's using the photo as a like a sketch pad of getting a database of what the birds look like in different positions and whatever, and he has that as a reference, and he creates whatever background he wants, and then he paints the birds in, and he does a wonderful job.
The original AI.
I mean, so there's a guy that has two phenomenal talents. He's an excellent photographer, and he's a just as good, if not better, artist. So I mean, I love talking to the guy when he's here at the craft shows. I could talk to him for an hour,
And so Jeff, before photography or color photography, all these bird guys, correct? Like Sibleys and all those, even all the way to Audubon guys or Audubon painting. You know how they did it? They actually when there was it actually was a trade to a point. They preserved the skins, correct? The skin of the bird. So they will collect. They go to an expedition to the Amazon, trap some birds. They will bring them to the British Museum or the Natural History Museum of New York. So those people then, when they were preparing those for making an illustration, they will go to the museum and look at the colors and the of the actual bird, the skin. The only problem is that to preserve the skin of the bird, they will peel the skin of the bird with all the plumage. Okay? They have and stuff it. Okay? So some sort of taxidermy process. In order to preserve the colors and the skin, they have to put some mercury. Okay? So a lot of the very famous ornithology from the 19th century actually die of mercury poisoning because they were exposed to all these to this treatment that they had to do in order to preserve the birds in their expeditions.
Huh.
Including if you look at the bird guide Sibley, you will see a lot of casings. For instance, I haven't shown you that photo, but I took a casing kingbird. It took me a while to get it properly. Well, this guy was one of those, and he actually, I think he was from Pennsylvania. He eventually, there are about 6 species that are named after him, and he basically died of mercury poisoning. So
there's Roy's friends.
Yes.
Hey Jeff, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
The guy he was talking about that you saw at the art festival, was his name Barry by any chance? Barry Levin?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Joe, Tim, because I'm sure you did your research already.
There's just a guy that's always posted on Nikon Rumors for years, and that's exactly what he does. He's got, I think he shoots mainly with the A1 now, but he was a Nikon shooter for many years. But he shoots mainly birds, wildlife, but mainly birds, and then he also paints. He paints what he shoots, and they're very photorealistic.
Yeah, his paintings are for what they are. They're worth it. I mean, they're it's not like you're paying $150 for the painting. You're paying, say $400 and up for the painting. And to me, the time he puts into it it's well worth the money. If you got the money and you're into art, the guy does a great job. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but next time I go, next time I go and he's there, I'll get a leaflet or a business card from him so I could share his name. But he's very, very good. But the Greg, nice to see we're all here. Yeah, I mean, it's nice that we're all breathing and we're still doing well. Except for Roy. Roy, I think, just fell down. We don't see him in the video anymore. He ran into the national park. He's looking for Bigfoot.
I would love to see Bigfoot come from behind Roy.
Yeah. Yeah. We saw you disappear, Roy, and we made the assumption you ran into the park to look for Bigfoot.
I defeat them, they won't shut up.
Don't give them any of the stuff you gave the rat.
No, I would never do that.
That won't end well.
The picture behind me is from my bottom of my driveway. So I'm pretty close to the park. So Bigfoot's there somewhere.
And if you leave that background long enough, Tim is going to make an animated
Challenge accepted.
Exactly.
Tim could do a stop animate, a slow animation or something of Bigfoot behind you, walking across your background would be pretty funny.
There is no Bigfoot legend in Australia, I presume.
Is Bigfoot a legend in Australia?
Yeah, he's got a different name. I forgot what it is now.
Oh, brother.
Yeti? The Yeti?
No, it's not Yeti. It's I forgot what it is. Just slipped my mind for the time being.
Oh man, I have to
I've
know.
got one name.
Tim's going to look it up on the internet. He's got the quickest fingers on a keyboard, I think, of anybody I know.
Particularly for obscure facts.
Yeah.
Yowie?
You get all the obscure facts by going and typing into the Ripley Museum.
I'm seeing Yowie on the internet. Is that right?
That's
Yowie?
it. Yep. Yowie.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's it.
So
That's what you said. You saw it.
So since I'm saying 2 lenses, how many lenses have you got on your list in the next 12 months?
Me?
Yeah, Roy's
None,
got
but
one.
I have
What's
none,
your
but I'm
one,
going to
Roy?
buy probably 3 or 4.
I've got most of the ones I want. Look at
You
full
think
shelf.
you're going to buy 3, Gustavo? Well, let me guess. I think you've already spilled the beans that you're going to get the 600f 6.3 PF, and you're going to probably get the 135 Plena.
That could be the 4th.
You'll get you'll probably get the
One we have in common in your list and my list.
What's that?
One is in common in my list and your list.
Oh, the 20 millimeter 1.8.
Yes.
Good lens.
Yeah.
Could be one of Nikon's sharpest.
I can be persuaded also with a 200 macro.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you see, as soon as the focal lengths go from 200 up, they got me. Correct? That's the marketing ploy from Nikon with me.
200 millimeter macro is pretty hard to use there.
Well, what was the f-stop on the original one?
2.8, I think.
Was it 2.8?
4 on the old 200.
Randall's taken off. Has to put up 3 more videos and do one more nighttime. Let me put his comment up here. Do one more nighttime car vlog with the 11 millimeter. Wow. Randall, the man, we're going to call you the man that never sleeps, I guess.
Exactly.
Man that never sleeps. Have a good one. Good luck to you. And hopefully you got rid of that mouse. Hopefully your pets took care of it for you. So Tim, what ones might you think about getting?
You know what? I don't know, but the Plena really intrigues me, so it's on my maybe list.
It's got a look to it that's different.
Yes. Yeah. That's. I tell you, even for me, that soft transition between focus and out of focus. I think for like meadows with wildflowers, right? Those photos of those ladies in the meadows among the flowers, I think they were fantastic, right?
It's just one of those old-fashioned looks to a lens.
Yeah.
Well, he hasn't visited the show in a long time. Is Z Wade, and I'm sure that's on his list because he's always commenting about he likes lens with character, and that's a lens with character.
Yes, for sure.
I would think that should be high on his list. I would think.
Yeah.
Especially with the photography he does too. You know.
What else did Mr. Tim? Are you going to get back another 800 at one point?
Yeah, I got to do that at one point.
No,
don't
but
know
you want to
when.
get another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will definitely get another one.
I tell you that still is
But
the
it's. Go ahead. Sorry.
no. I would say that still is the best telephoto I have. Correct.
Yeah.
So for what I do, small bird, there is no other one that can compete with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
have to agree.
and it's more than
800s.
That's why
Well,
this nonsense about
Mm.
6.3 not being good for because low light. I mean, it's a completely nonsense.
Would have been nicer
It
to be a
is.
bit faster, but you got to go with what you get. And with the cameras now, who cares?
These are outdated. These are things in the past when you could not shoot high ISO. This with modern cameras with image stabilization. This,
well, yeah, with film cameras, you only had film that went up to so far with the ISO,
come on.
and if you went too far with it, it looked horrible. And so you had to have the fast glass for certain results, and you had no option. But it's not that way anymore. And people are the way sometimes people talk about it is as if they're in the film days, and you're not in the film days anymore, and things are totally
Exactly.
different now.
Just the past 2 years alone, the amount of
Exactly.
technology to get rid of noise, and from Lightroom to Topaz to
Even sensor
It's-
technology has changed.
yeah.
Yeah, the 300 TC is one that I like.
It's a wonderful lens, but I don't want it. I've got the old G lens, 600 f4. And it's brilliant, but it's a monster.
No, but that
new,
one.
The new PF's going to be lovely and light.
Exactly. No, but those are things. I mean, that's the issue about technology, correct? You have to move along with the technology, correct? I think I told not everybody here, but at one time I photographed a mountain lion, correct, across a canyon, and I have at that time I will have the 500 f4.
My God, I can't even fit. I can't even fit that on the screen, Roy.
Well,
I can't even fit that on the screen. If I move you over to the other side, it won't still screen.
This thing is twice
that looks
ahead.
That looks like a rocket launcher.
It's about nearly 6 kilos.
That's like a shoulder mount rocket launcher.
Yeah.
And not only that, it weighs like a tank.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can work out with that lens.
It's got to be like 12 or 14 pounds, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, it is.
But I was saying that the issue with it, so I photographed that mountain lion. I never showed that mountain lion. That's a small one, right?
Oh, that's his pistol. His pistol. I like that one. That's the one that'll get you shot if you use that out in the public.
That's right. The one you don't take out with you.
Because so going back to the line of thought that we were going here, it's not only the lenses, the focal lengths, and the ISO performance that you can get with the software, but also the fact that this shot, not having a shutter. Okay, when I was photographing, imagine that I was a 500. It was a D100 with a 500 f4P, which is a manual lens, okay, and with a Kenko ×2 converter, okay, and that D100 makes such a rattle in the lens, correct, that I was, put like my rucksack, and then I brought some stones. I brought from the car some, because anyway, that's it. And yes, I still managed to get a photo, but with 800, that will be a perfect photo at the same distance. So okay, the D100 was almost now more than 20 years ago, correct? But I agree with Tim. It's what we have gained in the last 2 years, right? So saying that the 600, 6.3, that the 6.3 is a problem. That's nonsense.
No, if it was a problem, Steve Perry wouldn't be buying one.
Oh, and not only that, I'm talking about teleconverters not working with these lenses. I know that Roy is not a fun teleconverter, but the old teleconverters and the Z teleconverters, you're talking about.
They're night and
totally
day.
different. The new ones are very good. The new Z ones are brilliant. The new teleconverters.
Yeah, two
Still don't like them, but they are good.
Two different ballparks between
Exactly
old and new. I mean, amazing. That's one of their best changes they made.
I always carry them, but I don't use them much.
Think about the 600 TF, correct? The PF that we have now, correct?
Yeah.
You were saying, Jeff, that most of wildlife photography, particularly bird photography, 600 is like the gold standard, correct?
Yeah.
And now you can do that with something like this, correct? This small. This is the PF. It's the same. Actually, this PF with this adapter, weighs more.
It's heavier, yeah.
Exactly. So that's only possible. I mean, this lens was revolutionary because of that, correct? And I guarantee you, this new lens is 100 millimeters more, which matter, correct? And it's lighter than this. It's nonsense to talk about.
Compared to my 600, there's no comparison.
No.
Well, you know what's funny that maybe not. I mean, maybe not everyone realizes that people may assume, well, if you get an 800 millimeter lens, it's because you're trying to shoot at that object that's way in the heck out there, and it's for two reasons. Yes, it's for picking up a bird early in flight and being able to lock onto it sooner and follow it and get the background the way you want, get the shot, or find that or get that grouping of birds that's far away from shore, so you don't have to do a major crop on your image. But the part that people forget about is the part that Gustavo just brought out, is you need the 800 to be able to get the shots of the small birds in the brush and in the tree line, because you can't get super close to them. They're too jumpy, they're too skittish, and you need to have that extra reach so that you have a reasonable size, image size of that subject in your frame, so that maybe you only got to crop 15% or 10%, and you're good. Whereas if you were shooting with a 100 to 400 on the same subject, you might be doing a 50% crop instead of a 10% crop or a 15% crop. So it's a big advantage to have that 800 for those small birds. I mean, it makes a world of difference. It's a whole different ball game with that lens.
Yep. I have a tree outside my office window. It's about 10 feet away, and I can point my 600 right out the window at that tree, and it's an 800 would actually be better. And that tree's 10 feet away. For a hummingbird, if I had the 800, I could get a much better shot than with the 600. And that tree's only 10 feet away.
And probably you get a better shot with the 800 and a 1.4.
Yeah.
No, you got a question, Gustavo, or I guess asking what do you think about the 600 TC?
I think that's a fantastic.
It is heavy though and expensive.
Yeah, it's just if I won lottery, I'd get the 400 and the 600 with the TCs in a blink of an eye, but I don't have that kind of cash. And my highly popular and ever enriching YouTube experience is not going to allow me to get anything like that.
Yes, you're not living with something like this. You carry that somewhere, and you're carrying it.
Yeah. If I had something like that standing up on the top of my cabinet or in my cabinet, my wife would say, "What in the heck is wrong with you?" She'd say, "You're going to walk around with something that big?" And that's when you just be. That's when you use the poor joke and you just say, "Well, dear, size matters."
I'm just comparing to the 400.
You
That's
wouldn't
the
be sad
400.
Jeff anymore if you had that lens.
If I had that for a lens, I'd be in Hollywood.
Well, but Roy, I think you can pass that along for somebody a lot younger that can carry all that weight.
It's just that they'd be fit for purpose, and everyone dreams of these 600s, F4s, and until they actually have to use them for a few hours.
Yeah, they're big lenses.
They're big lenses and they're heavy, and unless you're in the car and you're just a little way to walk, and you don't want to use them. I'd rather grab the 400 F4.5.
Look, until I got that 800, right? I was using my 600 all the time because of that type of thing. But
once you get used to using a lighter lens, it's hard to go back.
Yeah, it's hard, and I'll see the guys that have the 600 that come in the park, and they're the same. They're always the same guys. They'll come in with the 600 or a 500, and the older versions, and they'll come in with their really, really large diameter leg, heavy Gitzo or whatever tripods, and set them up. And they're the ones that'll stand there for like 2 minutes, and they'll say, "Ain't nothing here, let's go," and they'll take it all down and go throw it in their car and take off. And it's like, and they'll have the camouflage, they'll have the full camouflage on, full camo on. They'll be the only two people that are in camo. Everybody else is just wearing a pair of shorts and a shirt. They're in camo. They got the camouflage leg wraps on their tripod legs, and the full camouflage look on their lenses. And they'll stand there and they'll wait for like a whole 5 minutes. And if the magic doesn't happen in 5 minutes, they get up and leave. And it's like, my God, you got $25,000 worth of gear that you just dragged out of your car, and you stay 5 minutes and you leave. It's like, do you ever get any pictures? That's what I'm thinking.
What I'm saying is, if I had the two lenses like the 600 PF and the 600 F4TC, I'm going to grab the PF because it's just lighter. Not. It's just more practical.
Yeah. I would say I would grab the one that I need for that. Okay, so if I'm going to be shooting close to the car, I probably get the 600 TC.
Yeah, if you're near a car.
If you go to walk, then
you don't want to walk a long way with it.
Yeah. So for sure, that's so it's again different tool, but this 600 PF, I think, certainly for doing. I mean, the people that like to go into a park and do some walking, looking for the animals, correct? That's the perfect lens. Now, if you're going to be stalking the animal in a high, waiting for the animal to arrive to you, the other lens probably will work better.
Yeah, it's definitely not a hiking lens.
No, for sure.
The 400's, the 400 is quite a nice lens.
Yeah,
fits in the bag.
I still think there's some voodoo going on in that lens.
Yeah,
it's too light.
It's not even a PF.
The 400 4.5.
Oh yeah.
It's a really nice lens. It's one of my favorites.
We're gonna just let everybody know that's in here, and some people that have just come in here, is that we are our latest time that we run to is 2:00 in the morning Eastern time. We are going to sign off at 2:00 in the morning, so we got 13 minutes. So for those of you that are in here, if you have any questions or comments or just anything you want to have us talk about in the next 13 minutes or so, feel free to throw a comment in. Hello to Flintlock. I see you made it in. Good to see you.
Over here.
And thank you for in the recent past weeks there sharing some images with us, which have been really nice. I really like the size of the alligator shots that you get. I wish, well, I kind of wish and don't wish at the same time that we had gators that big where I am, but it's like I like gators, but those are supersized on steroids.
Real alligators.
those are the real deal. Obviously, they're probably Florida gators, but down here we have the gator wannabes. The problem is down here, a lot of the places down here, they call them before they get too big.
Yeah.
And they end up being probably, a
Just
pair of shoes or a wallet or a pair of alligator boots or
So
or belts or whatever.
Jeff, I give you a challenge for alligator. I think a few years back I saw a fantastic picture. Oh, I think it was in either South Carolina or North Carolina of an area where occasionally the ponds, like the ones that you frequent, get frozen. So it was an alligator that actually didn't die. They can that it was basically half of the body was inside ice, and it was a memorizing picture, and they apparently the biology allows them to do that. Okay, and
Yeah.
but I don't know if that ever happened where you go that there could be occasionally frost to the point that it can freeze small pond of water.
Well, if we were to get any ice at all, it would be, you're talking something that would be maybe a 1/16 of an inch thick.
Exactly.
It wouldn't be much of anything, and it wouldn't be the whole pond. It might be only certain parts of the water where it's not quite as deep. But the gators here, I mean, they're doing it right now. Is I haven't seen a gator in about three plus weeks, because once the temperature at night, which I think this coming week, the high temperatures during the day are going to be 65 F, and the low temperatures at night are going to be about 40. At 40 degrees, those gators are already in the mud banks, and they're pretty much done for the year now.
Okay.
I mean, they're not going to come out anymore, and where they do that is in the freshwater pond that I've talked about before, called Mallard Pond, and that's where they will do their burrows and bury themselves in the mud or whatever, and that's where they'll be until late in the springtime when it gets warmer. And so we haven't seen any in the water. I haven't seen any in the water in 3.5 weeks.
So they go through some sort of torpor.
They're kind of like, they don't call it
hibernation.
They don't call it hibernation. They have a different word for it because it's a reptile.
Exactly.
I don't remember off the top of my head what that word is. I had
something like that. Torpor.
And but it's the same. It's the same thing. They're not going to make their presence known until next year now. But it's cool. I mean, it's neat. But what's sad is they do. They do call them now a lot.
So Arthur have it there.
Brunation. There it is. Brunation. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. I know I stated it in my videos many times, but I usually have notes and stuff. I'm reading off some notes. I don't memorize every technical term because my mind is a terrible thing to waste, as they say. But brunation, and but it's I don't like the fact that they're calling them. I mean, even as back as like 4 or 5 years ago, you would get the alligators. An alligator typically only gets 13 feet long. But the thing is, they'll stop growing lengthwise, but all their fat is in their tails. Okay, all their excess fat gets stored in the tails, and instead of they're not growing lengthwise anymore, but they start getting wider. And they could get pretty doggone wide. And we had one gator in the park, and we called him Stumpy because half of his tail was gone. And he didn't kill him, but something Something happened, and literally half of his tail was gone. And he was in Huntington Beach Park, and I guess we had flooding due to a storm or what have you. And somehow Stumpy managed to end up in Brook Green Gardens, which was on the other side of the highway, quarter of a mile away. And the next thing you know, I'm going through the zoo area in Brook Green Gardens, and there's Stumpy, the same alligator. You know, I mean, you could just tell by the tail it was the same gator. You know, but the body was so wide, the thing was like gigantic width. You know, it was, but they used to have some that were like 13 feet that were really wide. You know, and I got some, you know, rear shots, but like on an angle, you know, a little bit of an angle, where one of them was chomping down and ate a cormorant. And half the body was in the water, half the body's in the water, half the body's on land. Lift its head up, chomp, crunch, 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 crunch. And when it was crunching, the back tail curled up, and it looked like a dinosaur. It looked like you know, and as you're taking pictures of it, in your mind, you're saying, this is incredible. This is like looking at a dinosaur. I've never seen anything like, because it was just so wide and so big. And everybody thinks a gator is going to bite off 30 pounds of flesh and just swallow it. Their neck openings are not as big as everybody thinks that they are. And that bird was being broken up for over half an hour. You could have taken 2,000 pictures of that gator eating that bird, and you had all the time in the world, because it was like, you know, lift the head up, crunch, 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 put the head down, bird's just hanging out of the mouth. You'd sit there and look at your watch. Okay, wait like 2 minutes, lift the head up again, crunch, crunch, crunch. Finally, you know, it disappears, but it's a long process. I mean, and even with a large flounder, it's the same thing. When we would have flounder, which we don't have in the pond site anymore, there aren't no flounder left. But when we had the big flounder in there, you could have a 10 or 12 foot gator in there with a pretty good size, pretty good wide jaw. And the flounder was wide enough to hang out both sides of the gator's mouth. And it was the same problem. The gator can't shear anything. Its teeth are like pegs, like a killer whale.
They're conical.
Killer whale, they just poke holes in it.
Yes.
They kill it fast. I mean, it's dead fast, but they can't break it up and chew it up easily.
Yeah,
they got to chew and chew and chew and chew and chew, and finally, you know, something breaks free and they can get swallowed enough where they can swallow it. You know, they just can't. Like a shark, you know, a shark could go bite 30 pounds off of something and swallow it, no problem. But their teeth are totally different. Yeah. their heads turn, and it's like saw blades cutting through the flesh. You know, an alligator just punctures it and kills it right away and grabs.
The teeth are conical, correct? They're cones.
Yeah.
And that's why they have to do this roll, correct? In order to dismember the animal, they have to grab it and then do the roll so that they can get pieces that they can swallow, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, but yeah.
I'm just gonna say you got about 4 minutes left. And you have a question from Ray Schultz. He says, "Any tips to avoid banding when photographing clear blue, cloudless skies?"
Ooh.
And then he's going on to say, "Enjoys your live shows and videos."
Yes, absolutely. I noticed you sent me an email. It's as weird. You sent me an email and it showed up that you left me a comment in YouTube. And I've had this problem, and then I go into YouTube on the show that you left a comment on, and it's not there. So I couldn't respond to you. So I apologize. So I'm glad you brought that up. So I did look that up, and there's a couple things you could do. There's actually 3 things you could do. You can add a little bit of noise to the clouds, and that'll, or what I do is, let me bring up Lightroom quick. What I do, and I do it all the time, is, and I do it automatically, is I go into Lightroom and I go into the masking mode in Lightroom, and I drag, and when you bring up, when you're looking at your image and you're in the masking mode, everything is going to have a lot of dots all around it, typically, even the sky, even that nice clear blue sky. You take that masking, if you take that masking slider and you slide it over to 30, just slide it over to 30, the noise will disappear from the sky, and I almost guarantee you will have no banding at all. The banding will go away.
Banding's usually caused by overcompression.
Because that masking, you think it's removing noise, but it's the dots that you're seeing represent what in the image do you want sharp. Okay, so if I had a picture of a row of birds and I had 20 feet of image before the row of birds, and then I had the background, I'm focusing on the row of birds, then what you'll find is, as you're moving that masking slider, that all those dots will disappear until the only place where you see a lot of dots are where your depth of field is on those birds. So that row of birds will have a lot of dots on it, because you're basically telling the software, what part of the image do you care about that's sharp. Okay, so when you get rid of all those dots out of the sky, you're kind of unsharpening it a little bit. Okay, but because it's a solid blue sky, the banding goes away. I do that all the time. Every time I have a blue sky, I go into that unmask, I slide it over to 30. I print out images with blue skies all the time. I look at them on my computer all the time, and I never have any banding at all. It doesn't show up when I do that. So that's what I do. But I read a few things about, you could go in, do some stuff in Photoshop to get rid of it. I didn't care for the suggestion to add a little bit of noise, but it did say very little bit amount of noise. You're doing whatever you can to like break up the pattern so you don't see it, so it's not noticeable. But that little trick that I just described to you, using the masking option in Lightroom, for me works. It works all the time.
But yeah, I don't know what he's shooting, but like Roy said, shoot raw, and you're less apt to see any banding. It's definitely a product of compression.
And I shoot raw all the time. So are you saying if you're shooting JPEG,
and don't compress your JPEGs? That's what causes the banding. Too much compression.
Yeah. But I'm describing my workflow shooting raw. If you're shooting JPEG, I can't relate to that because I don't shoot JPEG. So go with Roy's analysis, because I don't do JPEGs. Not that I hate JPEGs, I just don't choose to do it.
It's easier if you're raw. You can compensate for more.
Okay, we're a little after 2, but we can go a few minutes late here. I'm getting the link to ask for photo review stuff, and for those of you that tuned in late, the photo review, we don't know when it's going to be now, because I'm not going to be doing a live stream on November 4th or November 11th, and the photo review was scheduled for November 4th. So people send me emails or wait till next week's show and the week after show, trying to feel everybody out, see what they want to do. Either we cancel it, we don't do it until December 2nd, which would be the December's photo review. Or maybe we do it, instead of doing it on November 4th, we do it the last Saturday of October, which is kind of sounding like that might not be a bad idea. I'm kind of thinking that that's starting to sound pretty good to me, and maybe I'll throw that out next week. And if everybody's okay with it, then we'll change the photo review to whatever that date is. Let me see when that date would be. October 28th.
Yeah.
So that's a distinct possibility, and we'll decide by next week because
I'll put
up the
put your email up there so people can spam you.
Yeah, so this is going to show November 4th, but like I said, we got to change the date. But there's the information, has the email, send it to me. Obviously, if we're going to do it at the end of October, you're going to have to send it to me no later than 12 p.m. Eastern time on October 27th, if we do it on the 28th. So if we decide to do that next week, then I will change these dates in here, and then we will have you start sending in images, and we will. I think does that sound pretty good though, guys? Should we just do that?
Sounds good.
Just do it.
October 28th. So why don't we do that? We'll make the command decision now at 2:04 a.m. and we'll do October 28th, and then we'll just let everybody know next show.
Very good.
Because we have the power, baby.
Ray said he's shooting raw. So Ray, if you're shooting raw, make sure keep an eye on your histogram and make sure your peaks are in the middle and to the right. And I don't know what you're shooting, but you can always try bracketing as well.
So sometimes what I notice on this issue, if you try to recover too much of the shadow or play too much with the contrast with the sky, even with the raw, you can get some banding. Right?
Yeah.
So raw is not completely immune to banding.
No.
But you'll see, you use that masking feature, whatever.
Yes.
You're going to be able to see by looking at your computer screen whether it's still there or not. It's not like it looks like it's not there, and you do a print and you see it.
The other reason that you can get some banding is if you have very, very heavy crops, correct? Birds and fly, blue skies, and you cropping 150% or 200 because you want to get, then you may have to treat your background differently. Like you were saying, you can put some noise or go with the blur tool on that mass of the sky, and then it will look okay.
Yeah, good point. The more you crop in on that image, the worse the effect's going to be. So you want to be careful with your composition and try to make it so you're not cropping more than you definitely don't want to be cropping more than 50%, but you like to keep it in that 10 to 25% range if you can do it. That's pretty safe. But we're gonna call it a night, guys, I think. And we appreciate everybody showing up for the show as always. This is pretty good at this hour to still have 17 people. I almost feel like doing a chuck and keep going till 5 o'clock, but
keep going.
I could never do what Chuck did that time at 7:30 a.m.
Hey Jeff, I see 20 on my screen, so
you see 20 on your screen.
That's the old Bossman trick. He always made it. He come with all the questions, the live 5 minutes of the show.
Oh, it just went up to 25.
If I wait till 3 o'clock, I'll start getting more people from Europe, and it'll really tick up, But we're going to call it a night, guys, and thanks a lot so much. Thank everybody on the panel. Thank everybody in the chat. I think we had some pretty good flow tonight. I mean, we had, there's only so much topics we can have, and it's probably going to start to slow down from here on out because I don't think there's going to be a lot of new announcements going on between now and the end of the year for any of the camera brands. So we're going to have to get a little bit of creative with having an interesting discussion. I did send an email to John Ishii, actually. He didn't respond yet. I asked him if he would do a 10 or 15 minute discussion about medium format cameras and talking about him and his wife both have experience with medium format cameras of different brands, and talk about the costs associated with that nowadays, to create a system. I mean, not being a medium format guy, I don't know if a typical system would be a camera body and 2 lenses or a camera body and 4 lenses. I don't know. I'm not a medium format guy. I mean, I got old medium format that are fixed lens cameras, so they are what they are. But in terms of an interchangeable camera, medium format,
depends on what you're doing with it.
Yeah, if you're doing landscape photography, maybe you don't need more than 2 lenses. I don't know. I mean, but I invited him to try to put something together for a future show, and hopefully he gets back to me and we could talk about that. Hopefully we can get a discussion on the different types of adapters and have a discussion about the camera lens adapters, and and get the ospreys with the talcum powder. That could kill you, that powder. But anything anybody wants us to do homework on and do a discussion on, we'll take a stab at it. We'll do it. Or you're invited to come on and do it, because the show's open for everybody, man. I just send you a link. Boom, you're on the screen here. Go ahead, do a 10 or 15 minute segment about astrophotography. That would be cool if somebody hooks up their camera to a telescope to take pictures. I've never met anybody that hooks up their camera to a telescope to take pictures. If you're one of them and you want to talk about what it costs, how to set it up, then
I don't think it's going to focus on it. But Greg was asking me if I'm going to shooting tomorrow, and I just got this, and I really haven't used it more than
180 to 600.
So yeah, I think I will go shooting tomorrow, Greg.
So, anybody that does that wants to talk about it, talking about, the star trackers and all those devices that you can put on your tripod so that you're following the Earth's rotation and yada, yada, yada. You want to share that information, and hey, great. Put together a 10 or 15 minute thing. Send me a PowerPoint pitch if you want, or you could share the PowerPoint pitch from your screen. And do it. I mean, the more the merrier, man, because us old folks, we only got so many ideas. We run out quick. We need other old folks to give us other ideas.
YouTubers and make up stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to make up stupid things. I mean, I want to talk about stuff that people benefit from. I don't want to talk about Canon sucks. Their firmware isn't any good, or oh my god, this is awful. I don't want to sound like Ray Barone from the show. Oh no, what do we do? I got a cold. Oh,
Yeah, Greg, that was 180 to 600.
Let's have intelligent conversation on this show and something people get something out of. So when we say goodnight, everybody says, "Man, that was worth a few hours of my time."
Exactly.
Nobody said that.
We will now officially leave before Mozman tells me we have 50 people watching.
It's actually 47.
47. Okay. So, hey guys, everybody take care until next week. As I say, enjoy life, capture some of it, get out there and get pictures. I don't care what camera you use, whether you shoot film, whether you shoot digital, just do it and enjoy it. And that's all that matters. You're the only one that has to enjoy it. It's all about making yourself happy. So have a good one.